Tristan's got 4 checkers back, and he doesn't have the best timing to play a, to sit back and wait to hit a shot. And the cube is in the middle at any rate.
Yep.
What is the upshot of all this, Kristen? What do you think the upshot of all this is?
Ooh, I mean, at least he's got the advanced anger, so someone's going to have to come in behind him.
Yeah, so this is what I was looking for. The main thing is that the cube is in the middle, and John is playing for the gammon,
Right.
and I think that is proper. And
Hi, everybody.
hi everyone, hi.
Hi, everybody.
I've asked Stu if we're live, and he has not answered me yet on WhatsApp, but I will now assume we are live now. John, now that was an interesting 3-2, right? Because he broke his prime, and he did not have to break his prime. The trouble with breaking the prime is that he lets him out with an immediate 6. But the good part about breaking his prime is that he clears a point. Now, one of John's great strengths is his ability to understand cube actions. He studies them a lot. He has a lot of reference positions in his head. He's done deep study of he's made a lot of reference positions, and he has formulas about what kind of market losing chance do you need in order to be able to send a cube. He's done a lot of work like that. He's written articles for Primetime magazine. But I find that when I'm playing John, I find that he makes a lot of like smaller technical decisions more by gut instinct. And as a top player, now he's been in the finals of the Monte Carlo World Championship. I think in 2005, he was in the finals, so he lost by the skin of his teeth. And now I would have taken a roll actually there, right? Because he didn't have any blot numbers at all. So if you're playing for the gammon and you have no numbers that leave a blot, right? In other words, I can't see that John would ever Tristan would ever be able to regain his market, right? I think so. So John basically had a free shot at keeping on playing for a gammon, and I think he erred by doubling him out there.
Okay.
Back to the earlier question of whether he should have cleared his 9-point or not. The answer is I don't know. And my style is to try to look ahead and see what the rolls look like and go from there. My worst mistakes come when I miss the bigger issues and go deeply into the smaller issues. So Tristan has opened with a 6-4. Okay, no, John, let's see. How did this go?
It was a 5-4. He brought 2 down.
Oh, John played 2 down with a 5-4, which is it's interesting. It might be kind of a tester, it's because actually, not a tester. So I believe Tristan opened with a 6-4 and made a 2-point, and then John played 5-4 2 down, which is completely.
Oh, I'm looking at it upside down. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Yeah, it's completely thematic to bring 2 builders down after opponent has made his 2-point. So because you're making the 2-point on the first move devalues one's own blocking chances, and so it becomes thematic, as we say, to in response to play for blocking chances of your own rather than splitting the back check. So now splitting wasn't bad, but I would have done what John, if I had been thinking hard, I would have done what John. I would have done what John did. These opening, you really have to study these opening themes and these. So now Tristan has got a decision. Now, should he? The trouble is, if he hit with a 3, he would have had to leave a direct shot with a 5. And so instead he decided he would leave that funny blot on the 3-point. Okay, no, John's on top. So John is deciding. So I often do that. So correct me, Kristen, if I mess up.
Okay. Yeah, and John's got himself 2 anchors now. He gets to cover the 3-point. That was good. All right.
Yep. And for the 4th one, Tristan thinks, shall I slot my 4-point, or shall I maybe just bring a builder and not commit myself to covering my 4-point? And that was a 3 and a 2.
Interesting. I
Or
don't
what
think I
was
would
that?
have think that
So
was a 3-2.
yeah, so now John is thinking,
Oof.
he thinks, I have got a double anchor, and
Yep.
any other 3-2 looks pretty ugly. He
So
could
he's
have
not
brought
really
from
worried
his
about getting
midpoint or
another
something like. He's not.
top of
No,
5.
yeah, you're right. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's not.
Mhm.
He's not worried about. He does. This is what he's worried about. You know, Tristan Emile rolled a joker double 4 and hit 2
Yeah.
checkers and made his 4-point. Was it 2 checkers or 1?
2. It was 2. He came out,
Yeah, it
hit
was
on the
2. It
5
was
and on
2.
the.
And then, yeah, so this is what John is afraid of. And John is now, now the cube is still in the middle.
Oof.
And it, it would have been, I mean, probably the reason that Tristan did not double after John left those blots was that he thought, oh, most of the time, John will take the cube anyway. No, I am of an ambivalent feeling about that, because there were market losers, uh, and there would have been hardly any way that John could become the favorite very soon. The main variation would be Tristan misses one of the blots, and then John covers. It makes his board quickly.
So
And
can I
if
ask you about
sure,
like because John had the 2 anchors back there, one advanced on the 5 and then the one on the 1. And then with that 3-2, he left himself, wide open, like come and get me type of thing, because he's not worried about it. So he's going for the back game, and he's just setting up more. He doesn't care that there's more guys going back there, right? Like because he was
well,
already that
at this
far in.
at this point, he does care because
Okay, because there's a lot of dudes back there.
there are already a lot of dudes back there, and
Yeah.
John has to worry about being gammoned.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
John, really, what John wants to do is not get hit for a while and build his board up, and then get a hit later.
Yeah, as best he can though. Half
He
his
doesn't want to
army's
get. He
behind.
doesn't want to. Yeah, exactly. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to get any more checkers sent back, because if he stays on the bar a while, then suddenly Tristan comes running around, and Tristan says, "All right, I'm just going to play flexibly. You've got blots." And
Yep.
this is a very good play on Tristan's part.
So come
And
out with
John says, "What
2.
has he got?" Oh, now, yeah, John loves this, and he
Yep.
says, "I'm just going to get all my back checkers out to the 16-point." Now, again,
Get them.
Tristan says, "Well, he's probably going to say, well, I'm not afraid to leave lots of blots coming around." But this was a great roll for John, because he gets a lot of checkers out. He goes a ways towards saving the gammon if he doesn't get a hit.
Right. Now he's
And
re-engaging those as hitters and builders.
yeah, so probably, okay, this is a tough one, because
Yeah, you got triple shot there.
Yeah,
Well, he closed that up.
he could have left a double shot and made his. He could leave a double shot and make his 11, which he does, or he could leave another double shot like this, another double shot like this, but this is a less costly double shot because with hitting
I think
sixes,
this is,
break.
yeah, I think that's
He
John
would
moving
not
that
hit
2-4.
like and he's got all the blots now. Again, John rolled a bad number there.
I think that's John's on top. John's,
Yeah, John is yellow on top,
yeah. Okay, so he
and
finally
John
has an
is making
interboard
his board
point
quickly,
made. Yep.
as quickly as ever he could. John, he had a bad number last time. He had 4-2. He couldn't easily make a point. And now Tristan is debating whether to turn the cube. Now I think I
Ooh,
don't
now he's
know.
got to clear that one. Okay.
I guess that's the play. Never discount weird looking plays like 13-7.
Mhm.
Because now John has said to himself, I'd better make a board now because my opponent might just be
Yeah,
clearing his midpoint like that.
shot's coming, hopefully.
And yeah, and now
Ooh,
John
another interboard.
would dearly love to hit, and now he's got a 4-point board. Well,
Can
he's
he
certainly
not hit back over there? Can he not come off his 5-point to hit? Couldn't he?
he can hit, but I'm not sure he should because
Go ahead and just make the
his
other
board
point
isn't
inside.
ready, and he could be attacked on his own 5-point.
Ooh, and the ones don't get him past
And
either.
now I think that maybe a decision not to double is justified. I'm not sure if it's justified,
Mm.
but I'm pretty sure Tristan should have doubled at least once prior to this. But now I think maybe he's correct to wait. This is the best play for sure, clearing a point.
And not leaving the double shot on that
No,
blot there.
no, yeah, well he would have yeah, he would have had to leave a double shot, you're right.
Mhm. He just wants to jump over and he can't seem to get there, can he? Just is having so much trouble bringing that last guy home.
Now he minimizes shots by leaving the checker where it is, but he doesn't get it closer to home.
He's really wanting a
If you
6.
if you wanted to actually count the numbers, I think you'd find 20 hitters at the 12 point. Oh no, so 20 hitters, so it's 14 threes and combinations.
Mhm.
Four more sevens is 8. That
All
makes
right, here
18
we
with the 12.
go.
So this is also 20 shots, and no doubt Tristan
Oh,
counted
goodness. And he
quickly.
missed.
Yep,
Goodness.
happens a little less than
Not sure
half
how
the
many
time.
more he's going to get. That 6-point's pretty awkward, though. But he can just fold it in.
The 6-point, it looks awkward. Here's the thing, it
Yeah.
looks awkward, but it's not really that awkward
You
because
just fold him over, right?
he can bear off with sixes and he can move fours,
Yep.
threes, and twos safely. The only possible trouble he can have is with ones, but
Mhm.
like double ones breaks his 4-point, right? But now
Yep.
this is great. He'll just bring. He should just bring 2 off of his 6, I believe. Despite
It'll make him odd, though, won't it?
it will make him odd, it is true, but he will have
But
a
that's
better.
only 6s and 5s, right? That's
He'll
the
have
problem.
a better position of spare checkers. Now he's probably thinking about the upcoming rolls. So 6, so 5. The only blot number he would be giving up by moving to his 2-point with a 4 instead of bearing it off is double 6. All
Mhm.
other numbers play well. Now
Oh, that's right. The 5's off.
he's got some the thing, and yes, he does save the double 6, and he does merit an extra checker off, and now he's happy he did.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not 100% sure of what my instinct was to move to off the 6 point, but one checker additional off is good. Now I think Tristan should have been doubling at least after he bore into the 6 point. Now he might be thinking I'm too good to double until I start having some lot numbers.
Right, or until John's board gets too pretty.
Yeah, because the longer you wait, the prettier John's board will get.
And John's board's pretty now. Nice little prime going there.
Yeah, now I think we're gonna see Tristan debate about doubling.
So what?
He might think he might,
5-1.
yeah, 6-1 and 5-1 are the only blot numbers. There's a
Oh, and there it
5-1.
is. Ouch. All right, John, if you're gonna hit it, now's your chance.
14 hitters. Kaboom!
Oh, we got it. Oof.
And that's going to be all, I think. Oh, maybe not. So this is where John knows his doubling cube stuff. Does Tristan have 4 checkers off? Or 5 checkers off?
Let's
Looks
see
like
here.
5.
7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it looks like 5.
Yeah.
So what's the
And
magic number
so,
here? Isn't it like 8 or
well,
it
John
could be
is
9?
not going to double. Yeah, so I'm sorry. John is not going to be doubling because he's figuring that probably,
There's the hit.
yeah, he's going to hit so that Tristan
1-6 would be
would need,
brutal
yeah. And John says, all
for
right, I'm going
Tristan.
to, even though I duplicate a 6 to make my prime and to cover my 1 point, I would rather make my prime. So evil opponent Tristan Emile, probably. Um, there's no Emile. I did not. There's no accent aigu at the end. But yeah, now if John could have made a 6 point prime, he would have been able to go fishing for more blots.
Exactly. And he's having so much trouble getting out of the back.
And with a position of innerboard checkers like Tristan has got, uh, it would be at least close to a take. So John reasoned that before
Mhm.
I get to a good a closeout or something like that, I will not necessarily, I won't double unless I think my opponent's going to pass.
So in my studies, I saw something like 8 checkers off. I guess that's where you can take it if you have 8 off, or it's in that neighborhood, but he only has 5. So is
Okay,
that why he's not doubling back
no. Okay, so
now?
I think what you're probably remembering is that 8 checkers off is around the break-even point, so that
Mhm.
if the player closed out has got 8 checkers off and a reasonably good distribution in the inner board, that's about a 50-50 proposition.
Mm.
Okay. The point, the if somebody in a money game or early in a match like this, if somebody has got 5 checkers off, it's a borderline take.
Right. Okay.
Those are
I knew
sort
there
of
was
bad.
an 8 thing. I'm still
So
learning all this stuff.
yeah, no, yeah, you have to know these things
Absolutely.
if you're going to be John O'Hagan, and John knows all these things.
Oh no. Okay.
So John decided that he would not risk getting blocked by the 3 point prime and not being able to move a checker. I'm not sure what he could have played
1, 2,
a
3,
different
and
one, but
closed up.
now he says I'm going to cover, and now I'm going to think about
Yep. There it is.
doubling. Now this is certainly a double because it might be a borderline drop because he's got checkers on the 4, 3, and 2 points.
Mhm.
And
All right. So going
it
back to what we were
also,
talking about before, if he had had 8 there off, he could have taken
yes,
4-1 take.
and yes, and John would not have doubled until he got usually 5 fewer checkers off than the opponent, and with a decent distribution of spares. That was probably a small pass and certainly a double.
So do you make the 11 or do you split the back with the 2? Or you scoot it up?
The idea behind screwing it up is to add another builder for innerboard points while Tristan is occupied with covering his blot.
Okay.
Was it right or not? It's at least close. John's play was at least close to right. My default in such positions is just to make the 11 point.
Mhm.
But there's a lot of, sometimes it's right to make a play like John did. Because, a point is a point kind of thing, regardless of.
Yeah, and he couldn't aim at the 4-point from where he was on the 11. So now he can at least aim at the 4-point.
Yeah, so he's rolled a bad 3-2. He's probably just going to play. But who's this? This is
This is Tristan's.
oh yeah, so John's last roll. Oh, this is Tristan's reply to
Yeah.
John's. Wait a sec.
Yeah.
So no, Tristan rolled a 5-1, and then John rolled something, which I'm misremembering.
It was little
Anyway, John,
numbers because nothing moved too far.
yeah, right. Maybe it was like a 3-2. It's probably a 3-2 or something. And
All right.
he
So
decided
this
to
is
play 13-8.
Tristan's. Do you go for the advanced or for the anchor there, or do you go
I
for
make
the
the
4?
4-point myself.
Okay.
Because I think it's too hard to improve up front if you make the 22 point. You'd have to play 13-6, which is stacking, or you could make it more dangerous. I mean, 10-6 stacking, or 13-9, which leaves a bunch of blots. And
Okay.
that was a sophisticated play by Tristan, I think. And so now Tristan has been able to make his anchor. John rolled a great 6-5 to anchor up himself, and now we've got 5-4 from Tristan. Now the pip count is what? 135 for John. 123. So it's not too ridiculous a lead in pips for John. And a 12 pip deficit, even if John had his 18-point cleared, a 12-point pip deficit for Tristan would allow him to take. So John decided not to double, and he has deeply studied these kind of games, 22 anchor games as well. So I would trust his cube actions here. So this is a double 2. He's thinking, what shall I do? He says, I'm going to play 4-2 anyway. He's decided not to play 13-9 twice. And if you're not going to play 13-9 twice, it's reasonable to think that one of the twos would be 4-2, starting another innerboard point.
Mhm.
Now, for me, it's either this or the one he just looked at with a 6-4 as the last four. Now, uh, I suppose I would also discount 13-9 twice. Now, I don't want to leave a direct shot. That would be, you know, even if it is some kind of small take after you leave a direct shot, getting hit is really bad. Probably just loses the game.
Yeah, and 13-9 too just makes it too easy for John to jump over him.
Yeah, that's my thought as well.
Yeah.
Now, this is reasonably good chances to
Okay.
improve next time. It's got some restraint against John's back checkers, and it's starting to build the board better. So this looks like this looks good. The other play probably didn't build the board quite as well, and it conceded making the 2-point instead of having it slotted.
Mhm.
But he keeps the 4-point. Now John John is thinking. I believe he is thinking. He's played his 6 and he's looking at his 2 and he says, shall I leave 4 shots given that my opponent has got blots all over the place?
Yeah, the 2 blots, so he didn't mind leaving the shot.
Well, he yeah, he could have actually left another blot in the outfield. But I think he believed that okay, the possible positional gains from spreading my checkers out better are not worth the trouble. And John is sure, apparently he's very sure that he should not double. And
Yeah,
he's looking at 7-2 now. One might think, you should leave checkers behind, leave all spare checkers in front of your opponent. But this is a sophisticated play from John, I think, to slot his 2-point and give himself more spare pips to play without breaking something up front.
the right roll could make that really good for John if he leaves that blot there.
Yeah, the blot can be covered, so it's not just a liability that you
No,
might
I
leave a
mean,
blot.
Tristan's like when he's considering this move, moving out the 6-5 all
Uh,
the way out, then he's leaving
oh,
that blot.
sure, yes.
Yeah, the right roll would be brutal.
Right. Well, the first thing to do in a position like this, I guess, is to count the pips.
Mhm.
So what do we have after he rolls? After he rolls, we would have 105 for Tristan, and then John has got 112. So Tristan says, all right, I'm not going to risk um, funny plays for myself. I think that maybe if John had not played 7-2 last time, and it was something like 8-5, 6-4,
Mhm.
keeping checkers in front, then John would have had more to lose by having to play a 6 and leave a blot up front than he does now.
So that's
So I
interesting.
think that John, that's another reason John's play was right now. So now what shall we do? So
Mhm.
but you're right, Kristen, that you know, running versus staying, and it was dangerous to run.
Yeah, and he figured that out and said no, thank you.
It's these decisions are very hard, at least for me.
So now he's
When do you
waiting.
run? When do you stay back?
Oh yeah, that's
So he
constant.
says, all right, I've got a 5-point board, and he still should be ahead in the raw pip count. This is going to trigger a double.
Looks like he's still thinking about it.
I mean, I think he's right to run. I think the pip comes to what it's 42, 64, 80 pips for Tristan and 92 for John with John on roll. So this is a hugely strong argument for running. I think the other play would have triggered a cube and maybe a pass.
Well, Tristan's clock is still running, so he hasn't determined that this is what he's doing unless I missed
Yeah,
something.
maybe
There he
he's
goes.
counting the pips, but I would 100% run just like this.
Yeah.
And John is now thinking about this, and I think he's got enough. He's going to use O'Hagan's law, right? How many market losers do I have? How many net market losers do I have?
Mhm.
Which is, he says, if you have about 9 market losers and you have a decent position otherwise. And so I think this is the right cube action. And this is I think he should. Now, I
Why
think
not?
now he probably just points on the 3-point. It wins the most games, and I believe it wins the most games because he might think I win more gammons if I hit outside, but he also loses more games, and now he has to play the game to the end. And locking up the win versus, that's the bird in the hand
Right.
versus 2 in the bush. And now John says, all right, I'm probably going to make a prime. It's interesting because he can go for the gammon by not making he could make a 7-point for a full prime, or he could leave Tristan a 17-1 shot and aim at the other block directly.
It's always interesting to try and pick up the extra checker. Like, do I stick around and try and aim at that next time, or do I just get around and try to get home, you know?
The score might actually be a factor,
No, he's going to get
but
another shot at it.
yeah, so part of John's decision might have been based on a variation just like this, where he can go fishing very quickly for that outside blot. It was a low equity kind of thing, but it's not zero.
And here comes the crunch.
So I think he's no,
Crunchy,
I don't think
crunchy.
okay, so he could have. Now what he's doing is Tristan is maximizing the number of rolls to avoid leaving a blot, but he could have stripped his 5-point. And the only bad numbers he would have had would be immediate 5-4 or 6-4 after John stayed on the bar, but he would have had a lot of other ways to just clear the point. And that is also a dilemma. When do you try to aggressively clear your innerboard points rather than just sort of play a greedy algorithm where you try to minimize the number of shots each individual roll.
Okay.
So now,
Seal it up and just take the win. Go.
when in doubt, I think you play as John did.
Hmm.
I would have been trying to cogitate and figure out, what the chances are of such and such and what my bad rolls were. There were no blot numbers, perhaps, or
There's
if
just
I
no
had a
more ways to go
6-6,
fishing.
if I had a double 6 blot number.
Did you see that dice? That was weird. Or maybe it was just the feed.
I'm sorry,
Kind of
I
jerked.
didn't mean to interrupt you there.
Oh, no, no, no. You're fine. You're fine. I was just saying it was unlikely to get another chance at another blot. because he had moved everything, stacked it all up.
Yes, that's why, when in doubt,
Yeah, just take it.
close the board.
Seal it up, take them off. Yep. Oh, he
I
likes that.
confess to having a bias for fishing. So it looks like just a, as Herb Gerland used to say, Tristan is going to lose like a gentleman. Meekly save the gammon. But I
Yep,
suppose
saving
there's
the
a
game.
very, very teeny chance he can win.
That's really, really small.
Some people would concede here, but the rule is don't ever concede.
Well, he's got some nice holes now, so let's see
On
what happens.
he smooths his distribution, which is no doubt the technically correct play. Actually, I do have some doubt, but when in doubt, make a smooth position. Let's see, 2-1 doubles, 2-1 doubles, 2-1. Oh, it's Jen now.
Yeah. And they figured it out. Oh, cool. All right, so John's up 4-0. So, okay.
Yeah, I think this is a well-played match so far.
They were booking it in the beginning, man. It was just like bam, 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 bam. Just not taking any time. They just had it all down.
It's good to be deliberate, but sometimes if you know what the play is, or you think you know, then you can save clock time by playing
Exactly.
quickly. That's the conventional 2-1 reply to a 6 split opening. Now that you stripped your 8-point, John stripped his 8-point with a 1, so he wants to get more wood or plastic into the outfield to attack the inner board and try to make points, including his bar point. And that was a good, I believe. Now that's sophisticated in a certain way. I'm not going to 100% claim it was right on Tristan's part. At the score, I certainly would have made his play. The idea is that he leaves blots in his outfield while John has to worry about covering up front.
It's a great opportunity just to try and bring builders down because you're not so worried about them getting hit.
That's right. Now he could have done a similar thing by entering on the 4 and going 13 to 11, but then he would have fewer building numbers up front, and he would expose his blot on a point that John wants to make, the 4-point versus the 2-point. So now we're in a big slugfest, and that's a
Yeah,
very
back and
bad.
forth, back and forth.
That's a bad one. Now I think Tristan will have no choice but to hit loose on John's 2-point, and I think he'll find it. From how he's been playing so far, I think he'll find it, because any other 6 is just terrible. I mean, and so you just gain a tempo, so he doesn't have both numbers to attack you.
And you already got 4 blots back, and those are going to start anchoring up here soon.
That's right. The old safe versus bold criteria. More checkers back. Paul McGreal's on now. So these are very exciting kinds of things now.
Is he going to double hit?
He's got 3. He's got 3 left. He's certainly going to double hit. The question is where. He could double hit like this, or he could have made his 1-point. But I think he felt that maybe making the 1-point was premature because there's a lot of game left.
Yeah, I don't like burying checkers on the 1. I try not to make my 1 unless I have to.
Yeah,
Or
I'm biased toward blitzing, so I have to be careful not to knee-jerk make the 1 in positions like that. I'm not sure whether or not it was right to make the 1. It was my inclination because it makes a second innerboard point.
Yeah, but then
and
those guys are
John had a lot
done
of
out
blocks.
of the rest of the game.
But
Yeah,
you're right, it's a
there's still a lot
permanent
of action.
weakness.
Yeah.
And this is now Tristan likes to get into complicated positions when he's behind in the match. And I think the match equity table tells us that it's about a 70% chance for John to win the match, or for an equal player to win the match against another peer. So now John has turned things around a bit. Now he's got a good defense, and Tristan entered 2 checkers from the bar, which was good. And John is not going to be doubling until he really has a serious threat. That is a 5-4, so he hits twice, which is, the thing to do. And now he enters
This
both.
is a slugfest. They're just battling it out, aren't they?
Yeah, that's the way things go. And now this is when you start talking like Michihito Kageyama and saying to double hit is tiger play.
Yeah.
Double
He went
tiger
for it
is when
again.
you hit 2 checkers in your opponent's board
All
with
right.
a double direct return shot, and you massively gain when they miss, like Tristan just cooperatively missed. Now I
We got
believe
another
John.
interboard point now for John.
Yeah. What would you do with the last 2 threes? The last 3 threes?
Last three threes. Okay.
Yep.
Hmm. Yeah, I would try to get some of those back ones moving, probably. Um, we got a lot of guys back there. Maybe make the bar with with three of them. Could you come out?
Yeah, with 3 of them, I guess you would go 21 to 18 twice, and then you'd have a last one to go, which I suppose would be just 24 to 21. And that looks
Yeah,
attractive to me. There
yeah.
is an alternative because Tristan is on the bar. The alternative
And
being to make the 10 point. But I think that John is probably no, John, I guess he's decided on, has he? I don't know if he has, but he could also make the 10 point.
there he
And then
goes. Bar.
the making the 10 point would be kind of daring. And I think maybe the best 3 after that would have been to go 21 to 18. But John's decided, like, he has had the same kind of thought process you did, which
Mhm.
is to just not just get the back checkers going, as you said.
Yeah, and there's no board. I mean, Tristan doesn't have a board going
Yeah, what
because
he
he's got a
doesn't want,
great
he
place
does
to land.
he doesn't want you're right. He doesn't want also to lose his midpoint prematurely, and if you make the 10 point, what you don't want is for your opponent to come in and then come out and control outfield territory and split your forces and maybe be able to prime you somewhere. And John's play was a long-term play where he does not really allow that to happen very often.
Now he's got the 5 point anchor too, so that's strong. Let's see here.
Yeah, some people say, oh, why, if you have one advanced anchor, why do you need another one? But often you do need another one, or you want another one, because it gives you flexibility about which one to break. There's all kinds of concerns.
Mhm.
It's not like John wants to hold both of those
No.
advanced anchors, but he's going to be free to break at least one of them. Now, John, now he's the this I think is 100% on the mark because he keeps pressure on Tristan's blot up front. He controls outfield territory. He breaks one of the 2 advanced anchors. That's a 4-3. Okay, so John is just going to keep his checkers flowing into the outfield. This is actually a good roll for Tristan because he can break. He can advance.
Does he take them all the way? Just keep going?
Yeah. So then we count the pips to make sure. So he probably does. So what do we do if he runs all the way? Okay, not not moving both checkers. Okay,
No, he did. Yeah, he got them.
so we got 162 for black, and we got 153 for white. It's not
I'm
too
not
bad a
even
deficit.
trying. You're too fast. It
Yeah,
takes a little bit
I
more
count
time
I
than
count
that to try
clusters.
to count my
I
pips.
I do cluster counting, so I know a
Oh,
lot of clusters.
you'll have to show me that one.
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean, I can do it. I can
you
do it
memorize
pretty quickly,
clusters like
but
two on the 20 point is 40.
yeah, I
Two
got
on the
some of
10
those.
and two on the 15 or 50, and then things like that. Um,
Yeah, I've
and
got
I
some
know a
of them.
lot of
I'm just
those
not as
clusters.
fast.
Yeah, that's. I remember when I was, we say, the older I get, the better I was. When I was a youngster, I was a hair slower than Jack Kissane, who was the
Wow.
fastest ever.
I would have paid good money to see that. That's
Yeah.
awesome. Some of you grandmasters that I've watched play and count pips, and you're like, bam, bam, there it is. There it is. I got it. I'm like, okay, I'm still on my home board.
Right. Yeah. So it's a good skill to have over the board. When you
Yeah,
play
for sure.
online, of course, the what all the wimpy people, as I like to say, like to have the auto pip count visible. I said, well,
Oh yeah, it would make it
I
so
want
easy
my
to have
pip
the pip
counting
count
edge. I don't
visible.
want somebody to be able to have a free pip count. Oh, this is a crummy. Well, it's not too bad, I guess. Now the double three because he can. All right,
Yeah.
he'll make a board. He'll advance his back checkers. It made 12 pips. I guess it's a decent roll, good roll.
It's
I would
better
say
than hitting on the 6 or on the 7 there on the bar.
that's illegal.
Oh, he couldn't. He was blocked. Sorry. Thank you. All right.
Oh, that's a great one.
1, 2, 3. Does he bring them
24
all the way
pips.
around?
I would play safe like a wimp.
To
I
bring
would
them all the
just
way
go
around
to
and
the
then,
six and jump on the two
yeah,
because I think the
that's a swing right there. That's a really big swing.
there'd be a big swing also if he got hit this very turn. And given that John has got a bunch of, he's sort of a little bit front loaded,
Hmm.
so it's not like the timing is default against Tristan. So I think I'll find this. I think this is right. I would not want to be hit with a direct shot. He says, okay, well, it's a it's a gain, but is it sufficient?
There's
This is
sevens and twos. If he does
yeah,
that,
that's
this
right.
is nice and pretty. And it cleans it all up.
Sevens and twos and double ones make 16 shots. I would just clean it up like when in doubt, pay later.
Okay.
But he
So
says, oh,
sevens and
okay,
twos.
you know,
Ooh, 9.
uh,
He didn't get it.
yeah.
Did you make
So
this?
now we see that John has got some problems, right? He does not, this is awkward already. Now let's
Hmm.
recount the pips. So I'll count them after the roll because I can immediately count a 45 chunk in the inner board. If I imagine they're two on the 5 point, 5 times 9. And then I've got 125 for white, and then no doubt Tristan's already counted. It's only 118 for Tristan, so that is another argument. The relatively close pip count is another argument for. Now, the relatively close pip count is no doubt why John did not just make his 5 point.
He doesn't want to get sent back and have to, yeah, be behind in the race.
in
I
a
was
close
wondering about that
race,
because because
in a
making that
close
5 point
race,
was so attractive, but he doesn't want to get hit.
in a close race, yeah, you're being hit loose a lot. So
Yeah.
you have to be aware of the risk versus gain. Now,
No,
now
just
I counted 118 to 125. Let me recheck that. So I'll do it another way. Yep, 118 for Tristan and 125. Wait a minute. 25, 34, 35.
13
Well,
to
125.
6.
So
Yeah,
I
there you
was
go.
wrong. I was wrong before. Somehow I counted something wrong. So,
Ooh.
but now this is a, so let's recount the pips yet again. This is an argument for keeping a running pip count. But you get a little old like me and your running pip count equity goes down.
Well, I can hold numbers in my head, but at some point they just get all jumbly, you know? And it's just like, wait, what did I just do? What was that roll? It's just trying to keep up with the running pip count is a skill, just like counting pips is a skill. You
Well, you
just have
could,
to practice it.
some people count differences or they remember, they say, okay, how many pips have I had? So we've got
Oh, that's a
105
good way
for
to do it.
105 and now we've got 108. I think, wait a minute, 30, 38, 68, 74, and 34 is 108. And that was a big fat, whatever it was. So it's a close pip count now. And John is going to just make his 1 point twice for an immediate 5 point board.
Who do you think is going to have to be the one to move first?
Yeah, so now John has to either leave a direct shot, which he doesn't want to do by breaking his 10, or break his inner board. And there's
Which he
no,
doesn't want to do.
but he doesn't have any alternative if he doesn't want to leave a direct shot, but to break his inner board somehow. So
And
now,
even if
should he
you
leave it?
move the 5, you're still gonna have to break your inner board for the 2 or leave that direct shot. So do you just break your inner board and not leave the shot at all?
That depends. Now, you could leave an indirect shot by, you could leave a 7 number shot by going to the 10 point. 6 shots
But
is a
then,
lot, though.
yeah, but then you
But
still got to come up with the 2 if you're
yeah,
not
you
going to
would have
leave the
to
direct
play
shot.
6. You'd have to play 6 to 4, and 6 to 4 is decent for the race. Breaking your board is worse for the race. And given the timing, you probably have to leave a direct shot, an indirect shot anyway. So I'm going to say that I'm going to
Because
say
Tristan still has.
I'm going to leave the indirect shot. I'm going to leave the indirect shot because it's better for the race, and it's a convenient way to clear a back checker. I think John's going to find it.
So come down to the 10 and then the 6 to 4. Okay.
Yeah, I'm now, to all you folks that are out there in TV land, to use an anachronism, we do not have an extreme gammon helping us. We're just winging it. You might have figured that out by now.
Yeah.
I sort of prefer that, or I prefer to have a feed, a chat feed where people chime in, and my partner tells me, my commenting partner tells me what they're saying, because I
That would be
squint,
fun.
I squint at the chat feed and I can't read it, or I can't figure out who's saying what.
Well, we'll do this again when we have a chat feed and XG and pip count. That would
Yeah,
be fun.
sure. So I think the key is that Well, so John says, well, the timing is not necessarily bad, but it's probably bad. So this is the
Yeah.
right play to slot the 1 point. And now this is the drawback of avoiding those 6 shots, is that now, John is going to have to, he's breaking his board and he's not able to race. He didn't roll a 5 or a 9 or a 10 or something, or a double.
Mm-hmm.
So
Someone's next turn probably. That's when we're gonna see
First
everything
going
come
to
apart.
leave a direct shot or something now. Now he could play. There are 3 plays to look at. This is the knee-jerk play where he doesn't leave any shots and hopes that John has got a
Oof.
problem next turn. And John says, "All right, I'll clean up."
All right, here it comes.
And we could have he
Unless
could have
there's some
broken his
doubles.
17 point last time. So
Oof.
now
All
I
right,
think
one more roll.
he's got to now he's got to look at the pip count. Now here you have to not only look at the raw pip count, but you have to look at the effective pip count, or the you have to adjust the raw pip count based on distributional problems. Now John has got no checkers on a 6 or a 5 point, and he's got a stack on his 1 point.
So what's the
But
threshold for like, okay, now I need the effective pip count? Like, is it because, like you mentioned, the stacking on the 1 and the gaps on the 5 and 6? Is that what kind of like says, oh, now I need my formula? Is that when you pull that out?
if you look at if you have if you have distribution problems, a distribution problem is a stack, and particularly a race, a stack on the 1 or 2 point. Those are really bad. Sometimes the stack on the 3 point is bad too, but not as bad.
So that's what you're looking for to know
You're
it's not
looking
just the
for any
standard
kind of
pip count.
distributional problems. So
Okay.
effective pip count, in technical terms, effective pip count is the mean rolls to bear off converted into pips,
Okay.
where the average number of pips per roll is 8 1/6. But there are a lot of formulas to determine what the effective pip count is. Now, only Art Benjamin could come up with a good effective pip count here, other than maybe a few other people, right? But I'm not one of those people. So what I would do is there are easier ways to do it. There are formulas that are easier to use than Art Benjamin's full pip count. Now this is dubious, I think dubious, but
Ooh, yeah.
might have been right. I'm not 100% sure, but the idea was to keep the board and get into a race. Now probably Crisson did some kind of effective pip counting. So I could use a Keith count as the basis for my thinking. Now this is tempting me to double right here. Now the Keith count is you count first. You take the raw pip count, and then you make some adjustments to the raw pip count, which are, I mean, okay, so you count 3 checkers, you count 3 pips for every, okay, and John says, all right. Now the reason I was instinctually said it was a double is I've got, all right, all of those beautiful 7 shots, or I'm going to be the favorite, he's going to be a favorite even if he gets by. But John said, all right, well, you might not get by, and I might hit you. And Tristan says, well,
That's
I
what
might
happened.
roll 5 return shots, and you'll be inhibited to redouble me anyway because of the score. And you might roll a crummy thing like that, where you're probably going to have to play just, you could leave 2 blots. You could leave 1 blot on 4 shots by lifting your outside checker to the 10 point and going 8 to 7. Or you could
Yep.
leave 2 blots and 5 shots. You could leave 2 blots and 5 shots by making the 8 point. Now that is that appears to be 6 shots. 6-5, 6-4.
It duplicates the
No, it's
6-5.
five. It's
So
five.
that's
It's 5 shots that way. I think it's also 5 shots if he makes the 8 and goes to the 9 point. So it'd be 6-3, 5-4, and 6-6. So it's 5 shots either way. No, so I prefer this of the two 5-shot plays. I prefer the first one John looked at, leaving him on the 11 and 10. That was a good eye to see the duplication of 6-5, 5 to enter and 6 to hit versus 6 to enter and 5 to hit.
yep.
And shall I, says Tristan, shall I stay there or shall I go out? No, going out reduces the number of ways John has to hit. But and then after that, do I go 4-3, a sneaky play, or do what he did? So he was, I believe, absolutely right to stay put.
They are having a heck of a time getting
John
around
says
each other, aren't they?
as long as I am having to leave a direct shot, I will.
Oh, ouch.
Now I think he should come out instead of go. This is the other part, is that he's got some gammons going. Now I think he should. I hate to say it, but I think he should play. Oh gosh, I think he should stay put. He should.
Yeah, because then he has more combos, right?
He could do this, or he could go 2-1, or he could stay back on the 18 point. Now, typically you don't want to stay back on the 18 point and put 2
1,
on,
2,
just for
3,
a couple extra
4.
shots. But
Nice that he got 2 off there.
I think he probably made the right play with the 2-1. But he has not hit the second blot, so the gammon is a bit dicey now. He's going to bear off. He's going to play aggressively for gammon because John's board is relatively weak.
John having trouble coming in. Oh, there's the other
Now
5-1
now
again.
he's going to take the extra checker off because it's going to get him more gammons and more wins if he gets hit.
Oh, and John misses.
He could have saved 2 shots. Oh,
Oh, and now
okay.
he's got another
Well,
shot.
yeah, he would have left the shot anyway, but now he's got an extra
Yeah.
checker off. His gammon chances are way advanced than what they would have been.
And now John gets the 6. All right.
Yeah,
But
no,
he's
that's a double
gonna get
6.
off the gammon.
Yeah, the only way he's not is if he rolls double 4, 5, or 6 now, and then a double next turn. But it's Gen. There's no gammon anymore.
Yeah.
So that was an exciting game.
It was. They really did have a heck of a time trying to get around each other. Just wrong combos, small numbers, just kept them kind of circling. Okay.
Yeah, there's some very interesting technical decisions regarding when to leave blots and etc.
One of the new tools that I've been using is having XG play XG and then just walking through a match that has been played perfectly and looking at the analysis and showing how in some cases you sit there and you agonize over a decision, but it's really the equity that you lose is so small that once you figure out when those situations are, then you don't have to worry about, am I going to make the wrong roll here, because it's really tiny. And at my level of play, it's not a big deal. I mean, at the grandmaster level of play, you want every single piece of equity you can save or get, however you want to put that. But
Excuse me while I
that's
blow
been
my
really
nose. Okay.
effective.
Yeah. Right. So now John has decided that he wants an advanced anchor, and this is an interesting
Should you
decision.
scoot up to the 10 so that you can aim at the 4 within the other one?
If I'm going to make the 5 point and not hit, I am not sure. I would have been sorely tempted to hit, but but one good reason not to hit was the fact that John might have had trouble covering his own 5-point. Now, to answer the question about whether to go to the 10 and stay on the 22, the short answer is I don't know. The other short answer is when in doubt, you'd rather have them on the 24 and 21 than the 24 and 22 against a slotted 5-point with nothing else.
Okay.
So I don't know. Your point is valid about another builder for the 4-point. So John, of course, will not let Stefan live in peace. And the risk of not hitting on John's 5-point is just that, okay, John will make his 5-point and then cause some trouble. I think that was a good 4 on Tristan's part versus putting a blot in the inner board. John makes his beautiful 4-point board. And now Tristan is thinking, shall I leave more return shots? Sixes are duplicated. Okay, so he might. 6 are duplicated to hit on the 2-point and on the 16-point. But the back checker is now gets the checker off the 18-point. You probably leave fewer shots. So this is
That's the second time he couldn't come in with the 6-5. There's the
yes.
cover on the 4. Okay.
You want to win tournaments, you have to come in off the bar a lot.
Yeah. So there's some
beautiful. And you hate when you're playing against a really strong player like John and he rolls jokers, you start to get pouty sometimes. He doesn't. Oh, I almost won.
And now he's going to hit. Yep.
And now this is because John John might have thought about doubling, but I guess there was a lot of
now here it comes.
I guess
4
this might be
board, 1 on the bar.
A pretty efficient double.
So would you take that?
I would not, because I'm insufficiently developed up front.
Yeah.
What if I come in immediately? Then how do I play the other number? I mean, the score is a bias toward the trailer for taking, but John didn't think twice about playing for the gammon, which should tell us something. Myself a drink of water.
Well, that's a good call. You gotta stay hydrated at these things, man. Long hours, jet lag.
They had their set up illegal, I guess. Stuff. Tristan, not if I've been calling him Stefan, I apologize.
I don't think you have.
Good. Yeah, there's Stefan Chenetier, another French player. My French is so bad, you see.
You can hit with that. Is it going to come around and hit?
Yeah, oh yeah, hit. Yeah.
Absolutely.
When in doubt.
In and
John
out.
does not think twice about leaving a blot up front.
So 1, 2,
and this is the best.
Make the 4. Yep.
Virtually certainly could have made the 11 and left more builders, but it's just too blotty, and he's got fewer checkers back.
So what does he do with that 3? Oh, there it is. Okay, he was blocking it with his hand.
I think it's just that he's
he had his hand over it. I couldn't see it for a second. Okay, so 2-1, make the
Yeah, you could come up. I think coming up is but if you come up, you come up with a 2 and then make the 12. You could make the 11, which is a better point. but then you should really, really want to escape your back checker. There's a question of, well, what happens if I make the 11 and then don't escape versus I make the 12 and then I don't escape, get pointed on,
Right.
whatever. And then
So what's for people who don't know how to count the hit on the head here on the 3, when you have all those builders, having the formula that would point on them. So it's the 6, 7, and 8 each had builders, so that's 3 builders on, and then you just square it, right? So he had 9 ways
you
that he could have hit and
you
pointed on him
you
there on the 3.
you start by squaring and then you subtract any doubles that are part of those that do not work.
Right. Okay.
So there would have been they all worked.
Mm-hmm.
So there would have been 9.
9.
3 squared. So you're right.
Cool, cool.
Now John is going to hit loose because he has nothing better. He doesn't want to. If
And
he
he's got
plays
lots of
safe,
ways to cover that. Yep.
yeah, he's got lots of ways covering. He also does not want Tristan to have the full roll to attack as a back checker, and he doesn't want Tristan to escape like a poltroon, like a lucky fellow. Now, at the score, I
Yeah.
would consider turning the cube because
And there it is.
he could lose his market, and John says, "Well, I'm in this game forever, unless he points on me with extreme prejudice."
Um, yeah, that's right. Okay.
Now he could have cleared it. Essentially, he could have cleared his midpoint and left. What is it? 5 shots. 5-4, 6-3. 5-4, 6-3 only.
Mm-hmm.
He could have left a 4-number shot, but cleared his midpoint.
And lying
Versus,
wait over there, right? For someone to
versus
come around
leaving
the
no
corner.
numbers. Yeah, lying way. Well, he left no blot numbers, but he maintained a strong threat up front. I would have been sorely tempted to leave the 4 blot numbers and clear the point. But what is the race is the next question.
John is way behind.
Now, I think Tristan is way ahead of the race without bothering to count.
Absolutely. I just looked at the yellow on that side and said, okay, behind.
So if you're ahead in the race, then you want to do things like clear outside points if you can. If as long as the risk is not too great. And Tristan assessed that the risk was,
Yeah.
he believed the risk was if I mean I don't know if he didn't appear to consider he didn't reset the checkers or anything, in other words.
Mm-mm. And now he's a little awkward.
He's a little awkward, but
He's okay.
this is a normal position. He would,
Mm-hmm.
the other way he would have also perhaps been a little awkward, but I don't know. No, John says, all right, he's a little awkward no matter what I do. I don't want to give him an odd double 2 to make me unhappy.
That helps.
Yep, but he still has got some problems on 6s. So 6-5
Mm-hmm.
leaves a double shot and 2 blots. 6-1 leaves a single shot. 6-3 is good,
6-3 is good. Yep.
but he's still he would not have done anything to make the 5 point. The 5 point was a key point,
Oh yeah,
but he
absolutely.
still has a few problems. And
6-2, 6-1. Oh, never
that's
mind.
beautiful.
Yep.
Is that legal?
Is that where they go though? Yeah, about to say, I don't think they
No,
go where he put them first.
he played as if he had a 2 on the 8 point, which is a common situation. But
Yeah.
and now John, I believe, is going to please stay back for 1 turn, or shall he break? He could break that point.
Ooh, we have a shot.
So normally you're just going to leave it on leave the highest gap for ease of clearing next turn. The fact that you switch to your 1 point does not matter much at all.
Because it's 11 shots no matter what, right? Whether it's a 1 or a
It's
2.
it's 11 shots, and the idea of uh, leaving a gap on the 4 point would be to say, okay, if he hits me and I hit back, I'll have a 4 point board, but that's so unlikely that he just went, I think, properly went with a normal play. And I think he played a good 2 there, 6-4 for safety.
Ooh, is that another shot? I think it is.
Oops. Yes, it is another shot, and now this is a real this is not an easy decision because he could now, if he's a real macho man, he'll count all the shots up.
13.
The older I get, the better I was. I used to be able to do that. We're swapping lies now. I used to be able to do that very quickly. Now I'm
So the
just
idea is if he takes it off both off the 4, then he's got the problem later of having 2 on the 6 and 1 on the 4. So he might have to leave 1 again next
yeah.
time. But now he can,
That was my knee jerk play, is to make the move he did.
yeah. And then John gets the hit. I think he's got
Yeah,
one
no,
more.
it doesn't matter what he does with the 3 because he's going to
Yeah.
double out anyway. He's thinking, and he's Treeson's already got checkers off, so he just double pass.
Yep. And that one's done. Next. All right. 4 away, 9 away.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
1.
the 4 away player should not always be afraid to turn the cube because of 4 point gammon wins in the match with no overage.
And because he's behind, he's not so concerned about slotting the 5 there with the 5-1 with the open, right? Because he wants to be more aggressive.
Yes,
Yep.
I believe he was right to play that way, and it
It's just
succeeded.
so
He
weird, like when you start learning about slotting your 5 open like that, it's just it's counterintuitive. It doesn't feel safe, but then when you realize that it's the better play, then you get in the habit of doing it. It doesn't hurt so bad inside to think, oh gosh, I don't want to leave one right here, but it's actually the better move.
Yeah, inordinate fear is not your friend.
No.
Now, when I was a lad, I served a term as office boy to an attorney's firm. No, that was another life. When I was a lad, people slotted the 5 point on the opening roll all the time.
That was just standard practice.
It's very standard practice.
When did they figure
Late,
out that wasn't the right one?
well, the robots came along.
Yeah. Oh, we got a
It's
double
still,
hit.
yeah, that was what, 6-2. Yeah. So a double hit will reduce the number of shots and puts 2 on the bar. And gives him a
1.
dilemma with double 5s.
Yeah, he's got an odd one out. What to do with it?
What are we going to do? I guess we're going to think about. We're going to minimize shots while not breaking things up. We're going to get hit back.
There's a hit.
Now Stefan is in very good shape. Now he's not in such good shape. John has rolled a joker.
Yeah. Now we got a 4-point board.
Now 13-11
Oh.
reduces the number of shots.
Does he have
By
one more?
how
He
many?
only has one more, right? Because he came in on 1 on the 2
Yeah, he came in
and
on
then
one.
made his 4. Okay.
Right.
Plus, that'll help him aim at the 5-point next time too, if he wanted to. If he came down.
But yeah, well, 8 to 6 also aims the 5 point.
Yeah, but if he puts it on the 11, then he's got a 6-3 to make the 5 or double
Yeah,
3.
but he's right. He's got a 3-1 to make 5 and one double one. So, but I think now he didn't. Now he wanted to. He thought reducing the number of shots was a lower priority than advancing a back checker or even building the first inner board.
So now we got a
So
2.
I
Would you hit here with
what
the
do
2?
we have? A
It
3-2?
came in on the 3.
Oh, would I hit with a 2? Oh, interesting question. Yeah, I'm kind of undecided. If you don't hit, you give him the full roll. If you do hit, you're getting into a wide hitting contest with greater probability against a stronger inner board.
So when does Tristan start? We don't have a cube in action yet, do we? I mean, when does he start thinking about, I guess, hang on.
Well, as Kit Woolsey said, every move is a cube decision.
That is true.
So the short answer is you should always be thinking about it. The long answer is that given that you know something about this position by dint of one's experience in the game, the long answer is you look and see. All right, so in this position, Tristan is behind in the race. He's got a worse inner board. He's got 2 blots, and he's got to. He probably is going to decide like I can't double now. He really didn't have much else but to hit there. But now you notice that he'd better enter soon, or else he'll be in deep something. It's a family channel, so I don't want to say doo doo. Now
You
in
just did
America,
it.
there's a thing called polite obscenity. It's an anachronism like shucky dern and things like that. Gosh darn,
Dang it.
to take the name of the Lord in vain is was historically a very bad thing to do.
Yeah, well, we won't be doing that today.
No, heavens no. And now Tristan says, "All right, I'm impatient, and I'm gonna crush you." I think maybe that was premature. On in other words, I said I'm impatient. Now that's only my first impression, and I have been wrong before many a time. And when in doubt, if you're behind in the race, behind the match, you should think about doubling the
That's
evil.
kind of where I was thinking, of asking that question since he had 3 of John's guys back and he's down in the race so much. When would he start actually thinking about it?
Well,
But
I
you're right.
wouldn't have
John
done
had
it
the better
there
board.
because I
Yeah, John
think
had a
that
better board, and
John is in the game even now. Now
especially,
this
well, no, that's not a
now
hit.
I and you say is John would John even take this one, for example? And if the answer is yes or close to yes, then maybe the previous position would not be good to double. But I think you should
Take and
just get him
pass.
bounce
Yep.
there. Yep. Yep.
Take away his roll. Let's see.
Yep. Now Tristan's game plan is escape the back checkers and also I don't think he's going to escape well. He's got a constructive alternative. Could escape. If he could escape both, he perhaps would have.
Mm-hmm.
John plays the 5 first, which is in some strange quarters considered illegal. But it doesn't matter. And John will hop out. Says, I still have a 5-point board. I do not want to break it. I do want to escape. Might as well start escaping.
Got
Stefan
missed.
says,
Unless he wants to hit him on the one.
okay, if he hits on the one, he's got to leave a second blot
I'll
as
have it
well.
open anyway if he
Well,
hits it.
unless you switch from the 6 point to the 3, which doesn't look good. So I think that this is the best play because,
Okay. Just kind of lock him down.
yeah, and a hit back would have been bad. Now John is going to come up.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, there's only 3 builders attacking the 3 point. I mean, Tristan's 3 point, and there were 4 attacking his 1 point.
Yeah, and he would have gotten
That's
hit
one thing.
too. And then had to come in on a
And
5-4
and
board.
he also like really wants to get out.
Mm-hmm.
So he really wants to get out. There we go. And now he must hit. Because I think he's behind in the race, and he might win a lucky gammon, which would get him to 5 away, 4 away. And
There's
John
the hit
continues
back.
his hitting from the bar proclivities. Now he can still survive with a 3 something, 3-4, 3-2, 3-4, 3-5. I will not toss that one back. I will come around the corner
Mm-hmm.
rather than not. I don't want to be hit back. I don't want to be hit in my opponent's center board. Oh, my cats are fighting. I fed you cats.
Oh,
Says
he's
all
gonna come
right.
out.
I would
Then
be a
6
scare to leave that anchor yet, but this is a forward-going move. The idea is like, all right, I'll take a risk, but maybe I'll get out soon. But this at least ensures. I'm not sure how it does for future equity. It's more. It's more power attacking the back checker. So I would have knee-jerk done this,
I
but
probably would have too.
I should have. Okay, now John says, all right, I'm getting out of there. Now I got to count my shots. It looks like looks like 16 off the top of my head there. And this looks like at least 18. Got 15. Oh, double forces duplicate. We got, yeah, so that's 16, and that would have been 6253. So it would have been 19. So this is only 16. So to count these things, you look at the direct shot. So 3 away plus all combinations is 14. I have that memorized. And then you look for extras, and the 6-3 and the 3-3 are duplicated to hit on the 12 pointers and all. So you had a 5-4, so you got 16. The other way, you would have had 15 ways. 4 in combinations is 15, and then you have to add the extra 8s, which are 4 of those. 6-3 and 6-2 and 5-3. So that would 19 ways versus 16. So John counted it right. So now this is the kind of thing like, I really want to hit a shot, but how much really do I want to hit a shot? This maximizes contact, but leaves John 14 ways to hit. And
That's a lot.
if yes, but if those other 22 numbers, right, are very important. If
Like what just happened? He got missed.
yeah, and notice also that Tristan has a 3 point, which increases his wins greatly in cases where he does hit.
Oh, and there he goes.
And
He's
John
jumping
says,
over him.
I'm not going to mess around anymore. I'm just going to win.
Yep.
And it doesn't matter how he plays that one. Now, John says, shall I turn it to 4? Now, these are very hard decisions too.
I mean, he's almost
'Cause-
assuredly going to come in and get off the gammon. So why not just go ahead and flip it to the 4 and take the 2 points?
Well, but then the score comes in. It would be an
Because he
auto
doesn't want to
redouble.
get it
It'd
back.
be an
Yeah, he
auto
doesn't want to get it
redouble
back.
to 8. An auto redouble to 8 would, and if Tristan auto redoubles to 8 and then wins,
Yeah.
he will be at Crawford 4 away,
Mhm.
which is not 100%.
And all he needs is a couple strong doubles to get back in the race. And that has happened before in backgammon. That's why it is backgammon.
And right, and now I would take a Keith count as my basis for continuing. And John says, I know how these positions go, and
Yeah.
it looks very
I mean,
passive yet.
yeah. Get the points. Let's move on.
So you're right, yes, just a double drop. I would have done my little calculations anyway and tried to
So
think
for
of
people who don't know the difference between a Keith count and the effective pip count, can you give them like a short little
the effective hip count is better if you do it right.
Okay.
Um the I'm not an effective pip count expert at all. Um if you can now Art has written several articles on the effective pip count for Primetime Backgammon magazine. I am the editor of that fine publication, and we love to have authors grace our pages, such as Art Benjamin, the mathematician and great
Mhm.
backgammon player,
I
and
love Art. He's
and
so
also
sweet.
John O'Hagan. Also, John O'Hagan has graced our pages with articles about cube actions and things like that.
Yeah.
Book
I love
reviews.
that 5-4 when you get hit and you come in and you can make the anchor on the 5. I love that. It's so much fun when
Yeah,
that happens.
yeah. So the effective pip count is Art has got, you know, he's got approximate effective pip count formulas that are easy to remember.
Mhm.
But since I learned the Keith count a long time ago, I just use it, and I'm pretty good at extrapolating from it. But Art is better than me at all that kind of thing.
Well, he is, a mathematician and game theorist. So we'll give him the win on that one. I really
Yep.
enjoy Art. He's such a nice man.
Oh yeah,
So
he's a prince among
so
men.
kind. So kind.
He's a princely fellow.
Oof. 2 more. Oh goodness. That hurt.
That is a good roll. I will give John what is the over under on John's luck factor this match? Now luck factor that goes into John's luck factor.
Yeah.
Well,
Double
his luck
sixes on the
factor
bar.
XG luck factor is zero sum. Your luck factor is the negative of your opponent's.
Mm-hmm.
The sign flip. So John says, I can
Ooh.
just win this match.
And he did it again. He bounced on a
I can just
3-point
win this
board.
match with an undoubled gammon. Well, why don't I just do it? Shall I play 13 to 9, 8 to 6 for maximum builders? I think against 3 on the bar, that is best. Because the 1 on the 9-point aims at the 3-point as well as the 5-point.
Yeah. So he might as well. I mean, what's going to come in and hit? Nothing.
Against
No
2
double
on the
fives.
bar,
Nothing.
double
Yeah.
twos. Against 2 on the bar, I might not have made this play because I would be
Right. With
afraid of
3,
they
there's
enter
nothing.
2 and then I have trouble with extra blots. But against 3, I would do it. Now
Okay.
this,
Put that back on the bar.
shall he play 9?
Good.
Now this, it gets dicey because
Yeah. Just
nothing
safety
is
that
that
guy.
great. I think I
Yeah.
might have done. Now he's got 6-4 duplication attacking the 5-point. I might have paid off for the double 5 hit and gone 11 to 10. And also the double 2 hit.
Well, he's going to cover there. And then what? Just scoop somebody forward?
I suppose, yes, I suppose 9 to 8 to attack the
Yeah.
2-point. he could have hit loose on the 2-point as well, but I guess with only a 3-point board, he was afraid of. But
Right.
this
So
is
now it's a
where
threat to get hit from the bar again. He's cleaning up a little bit. Another bounce. Let's scoot him over. It's a lot of shots.
you're saying 11-9.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what to do with the 2.
Yeah. I would have done this. The alternative seems to have been 13-11.
I think he's gonna make his 5-point. That's my projection. My thing. Oh, there he goes. I called
Yep,
it.
he was a slight underdog to make his 5-point.
Yeah, but he
But you
did.
could say the way he's been rolling, he was a favorite, but that's a superstitious mode of thinking. But even great backgammon players seem to subscribe to it once in a while. And John says, I'm going to clear before I'm going to pay now before he can make a board. And even if things go somewhat badly, I've got the cube available to turn.
Yeah, this is not
If
looking
I'm
good for
very
Tristan.
lucky, very lucky. So now John is still going to. That's beautiful.
How many
So,
gammons from this position? Do you know that off the top of your head with 3 back like that?
I would say, uh, given all the hitting chances and stuff like that, I would say, and state of the state of the board, I would say it's down in the. And now that John has put one as 1-point, probably at the 30 somewhere, like 30, like low. It might be less because of the shot equity.
So the ability to look at the board and say, all right, from here, I've got X gammons. That's just a skill that has been developed over, a long period of play time and studying positions and things like that, just to kind of have your baselines on what your gammon chances are, right? There's no like quick workaround for
Exactly.
that.
There's
Yeah.
there's no there's no
Why didn't he go for the gammon there? Because that would have won him the game. Was it because he was getting awkward? I don't.
well, yeah, he had 2 on his 6, 3 on his 5, and a bunch on his 3, and a
Yeah.
bunch on his 1. So he had all 3 big doubles, and he
Hmm.
had 6-4. And I think he also had 5-4.
That's quite a few.
So
Four,
that's at
seven.
least 7 if I'm counting. Yeah, 7 if I'm counting
Yeah.
it right. And so that's 77, 12, 96 immediate hitting chances. And then there's hitting chances later. 77, 12, 96 is like 6%. And you could try to do some arithmetic and figure out how many gammons he exactly wins and how many wins he exactly happen and all that
Hmm.
stuff. But the more reference positions you have for a position like that, the more you'll be able to, the better you'll be able to
Right.
think about it. Now, so again, John has got an edge here, and Tristan plays for direct contact. Tristan Emile I'm sorry if I've been calling you Stefan ever.
You have not. I haven't heard you say
You
that.
haven't heard it, okay? Because my
Mm-mm.
brain is not. I just recently had a milestone birthday.
Oh, did you now? Okay.
Yeah,
Well, happy belated birthday.
thank you. I'm now older than dirt. I'm in the OFC, which
No.
is, I will not say what that is, because we are a family um, Zoom session.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. It took
Yeah,
me a
yeah.
second. I was like, what is OFC? Oh, gosh.
The old
You
blank
are not an
club.
OFC.
The old blank club.
Stop.
No, I know. I'm no, it's fine. I am who I am. But the thing about um,
You're
what was I
awesome,
even
Marty.
talking about? What was I even talking about? How did I get in this
I
room
don't
here?
know. We're getting
That's what happens.
distracted. Yeah, it
What game
does.
is this that I'm playing? It's checkers.
This is called backgammon.
Blot now, yeah. So now we've got now now Tristan is, he's got a disadvantage, but especially after John hits that blot, which he will do, and then he'll come
Yeah.
down. And but he's alive, but it's Crawford game. Now I was going to say the thing about the previous decision is that a 1 point win gets John to Crawford, which is very valuable.
Ooh,
It's scarcely
nice.
worse
That was
than
a beautiful roll.
winning the last game. I'm still talking about his decision to double out again now. So
I was
so
looking at that double four joker that made the 5 point. That
yeah,
was beautiful. Still can't get himself out though, can he?
no, now yes, now he's starting to bury checkers.
Yeah, he
Make that
needs
three
to get
point.
out soon. All right, he needs 6, John.
6-5 would be nice. 3-1 is also nice.
I guess I'll take the 3-1. Yeah, gets him a little bit closer.
All right. Shall we hit or shall we knit, as Ken Goulding says?
I don't know. What would you do? Hitting is like one of those fear factor ones, right? You're like,
I
oh
would
gosh,
I
I
would
think this
think
is
about it.
probably right,
I
but
would
it's so
definitely think
not
about it.
comfortable. Yeah.
It's got potentially a lot to gain,
Ooh,
such as that.
not with another. Yeah.
I would have factored that in because now he's got to leave. He's got to just break his 5 point. He's leaving a 6 number shot up front.
Yeah.
Put
Ooh,
kaboom!
and there it is. 2-5 for the
It was an
hit.
interesting decision with the 2. He could have played. Could have left a bunch of assassins in the outfield instead of
Exactly. You didn't have to hit. That's the thing.
I'm
That's the
yeah.
question is like,
So
do I against that 5 point board? Like it's
yeah,
so stressful to think about, but sometimes
yes,
it's the right thing to do.
it is definitely stressful to think about, and you have to try to look ahead. You have to try to what happens if I don't hit him.
God, it's like a
And,
buzz saw out there. Look at all those
uh,
guys ready to hit him.
my knee jerk would be not to hit in that previous position, but I
That's a
would
nice
have
little
been
cleanup he's got
I
going
would have
there.
been thinking hard. Yeah, he can do nice little cleanup, or he can. Yeah, no, the
Cleanup
thing about
looks
nice
good.
little cleanup is you create a bunch of really bad numbers for opponent.
Yeah, and he's got to hop, skip his way around. It's like Frogger.
That said, I don't know whether Treesaw made the right play.
We'll find out once we get a match file.
Yeah, it would be nice to have a match file.
Mhm.
And
There's the hit.
this is some of the trouble with not hitting right away is you might get hit back in
Guess
some
you got to keep going. Yeah.
weird weird situation like that. And so
And there's
it is
another
hard
pickup.
to play well. I'm not saying anybody has not played well, but it's hard to play well both as the leader of a match and as the underdog because the underdog as in some ways is the underdog's task is easier, but there are always countervailing factors in a position. So shall I increase the chance to hit him, which I think he is doing
He
right now by
moved
coming out.
from 10 to 8 there instead of making that point right there. So he, I mean, I don't know.
Are you talking about crease
It
tone?
was a move back. Sorry, I was just thinking out loud. Impossible to
No,
describe at this
I'm
point.
not sure. I'm not sure what you're talking about anymore.
No, it's fine. Yeah, it's just amusing. Don't worry about it.
Okay, yeah. So now, this is standard technique. You put a single checker into the gap and hope that John rolls a
We're
six
back to
four
that
or something.
5-1-6-1 thing again. The last couple of
Yeah,
times he's
five
done
one
this, he's
six
run the
four is the
5-1.
worst. 6-4 is the worst for John.
Ooh, that is true.
Now 3-1 clears a point. So, and now Creason will stay put with his back checkers exactly where they are. No, well, I lied again.
Oh,
He will double six.
as
He's not
much as
allowed
you
to.
can, anyway.
Yeah,
One.
so I believe that you should just do this. I think you get better long-term hitting chances, even if you maximize your. If you've been you maximize your immediate chance, but I'm not even sure you would have done. Now
I
he's got to
mean,
think. This is what is
yeah.
called an amoeba split by Michi,
Amoeba?
because amoeba
Amoeba?
you slither up like an amoeba slithers with your back
Love it.
checkers, and now that's the end of the match.
Ouch. That's it. Yep. Congratulations, John. Well played.
Yeah, it was well played. I think that I estimate that John played in the, I don't know, I
Twos,
think maybe the low threes is my
low
estimate.
threes. Okay.
Maybe the low threes. That's just my, and I think probably it's possible that Tristan played in the threes somewhere,
Okay.
but I'm not exactly sure because he had more difficult decisions. I think overall,
I think you're right about that for sure. Well, thank you,
but it
Marty.
was
This
well
was my
played. I
first
think by
time
both
doing
of them.
this. So it was a pleasure doing this with you as my co-commentator.
Well,
So thank you.
so yes. Now I'm not sure. I think we have another one coming up. In
We
fact,
do after the dinner break. I think it's at 7, no, whoa, 9:30, I want to say, something like that. Is that right?
yeah. So what are you? Are you 6 hours ahead of U.S. Eastern? So five.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
GMT.
5, I
You're
think.
five. You're 5. Oh, that's okay. So yeah, I don't. So London is Greenwich Mean Time, right, or Zulu time? UTC.
Yes,
So five. Five
5.
sounds. Yeah.
So I think we have another one on the 9:30 this time, which I guess is what, 4:30 your time?
I
Does that
believe.
sound right?
I believe 3:30 my time is what 3:30 is what the official schedule is. But since
Hmm.
this one started late, I believe
Yeah.
that the next one is going to be. Um, it might be
Yeah. So
4 p.m.
everyone's off to
4
dinner
p.m.
now.
my time, 10 p.m. yours, or something. I don't know. But
Okay.
the official start time is 38 minutes from now.
Well, I think they're just now getting ready to take break for dinner.
Oh, all right. Well, I will. It's a
After dinner.
different. I'm not sure we're still recording, but it's a different. If we're not recording, it doesn't matter. If we are, thank you for watching.
Yes,
And
thank you so much for watching, you guys. Pleasure.
I
Hello,
don't know.
hello.
We were originally scheduled to do a women's team match, but I guess I will stick around and hang on the WhatsApp from
Yeah. I'm
USBGF.org.
gonna scoot out to do dinner. So I will see you here in just a little while and we'll do this again.
All right, I think it will be a different Zoom session, is my
I think
guess.
so.
So
Look in your
so
email. Stu sent it.
okay, so it looks like things are flipping around on the Zoom session. So maybe we're.
And
I think
someone
we're.
messaged
I
me
think we're
saying that they
done.
were watching. Yeah, I think we're done. But someone messaged me saying that they saw the match and we're, and it's going great or whatever. So, and she referenced John. So this might have been live streamed. Who knows?
Yeah, somebody. Yeah, I would. Yeah, maybe so.
Okay.
Well,
Well, if that's the
I
case,
don't know. I don't
we'll
know.
find out.
We'll find out.
We'll find out. Hopefully
I'm
they could.
notoriously, bewildered on the practical aspects of these kind of things as well as life in general. But yeah, okay, I'll see you soon. See you soon. I'm
Okay,
gonna
yeah, I'm
go
gonna go scoot and get dinner because it's gonna be
get
a
some
mad rush in
lunch.
all the restaurants around here to grab something to eat real quick. So yeah,
All
see you
right,
soon. All right,
I understand that
bye.
London. I understand that London. The cuisine in London has improved from the days when, as what's his name, the Monty Python fellow, John Cleese. John
John
Cleese,
Cleese.
he
Yes,
was in a movie where he said, some actor said it wasn't him, that John Cleese was in the movie. He said, "Here's the British contribution to international cuisine." This was long ago, of course, and he holds up, he holds a French fry, the chip. But
the
I hear
chip.
that London has got a lot of great restaurants.
Oh yeah, so far so good. Been to several
Yeah.
different ones here recently. There's a really great place called Coca. That was a Mediterranean place. It was amazing. The desserts. Oh my gosh, I want to go back. Maybe I'll just go there and get dessert for dinner because it was so good. It was so
Yeah,
good.
so I'm unhappy not to be there, but I've got these things going on all the time. But my
We
wife and
missed
I
you.
have
We wish you were here.
my wife and I have got a place in France now.
Yes, I know.
And
I'm hoping for an invite
and
one
we
day.
are and so it would be no trick for me to um get get across the channel, you know,
Yeah. Yep. Well, we
and
wish you were
and
here. So,
play in London and all that stuff. Yeah, I wish I were there too. All
all right,
right,
Marty. I'll
next
see you in a
time
little bit.
soon.
I'm gonna go
All
eat.
right,
All right. See you. Bye.
have a nice din.
Thank you. See you soon.
See you soon. Leave.
Love backgammon? Looking for competition? Welcome to the United States Backgammon Federation. We're the premier organization promoting backgammon as a competitive mind sport in the U.S. We connect players, foster community, and share our love of the game. Join our vibrant online community and compete in tournaments and local club gatherings. From free rolls to major online championships, there's always a game to be found. Experience the thrill of live competition at WBGF sanctioned tournaments. Meet top players, travel to exciting venues, and experience the unique spirit of the backgammon community. Stay sharp with Primetime Backgammon, our magazine featuring expert analysis and game strategy. Read exclusive content from elite players. Attend a workshop, visit a local club, or explore our educational resources. Join today at usbgf.org and become part of a passionate, growing backgammon community.
Few leave something still in play. Across Persian courts, Roman taverns, and modern clubs, backgammon found a seat at every table. Centuries passed, opponents changed, the game survived and evolved. Every generation tried to master the board, but no one ever quite seemed to master the role. One match, 5,000 years in the making. Your move, roll the dice.
the problem is that, you know, he's
Still stuck back there.
it's obviously a big pass for Carlos Ruiz. There's the 10 in the zone, no blots forward. A third blot to shoot at. I think he will find the pass.
Yep, he sure did. That was a quick one. I'm seeing a comment saying that we have no audio, so I don't know if that problem has been solved or not. Can
Well,
everybody hear us?
my audio is turned on.
Mine is too. And we're live. So
I will text the proper authorities, letting them know we have no audio.
this comment is a couple minutes old, but nobody else has chimed in to say anything about it. So we'll see. Yeah, let them know. Check it. All right. So now it's kind of the flip flop. All of a sudden, Carlos has got a 3-point board.
Yes, this is the
awesome. Thank you, Dice Man.
so this is the old a known position of you split with a 5-4 or 5-2, you get pointed on with a double 3, and what you don't do in response is with something like a 3-1 is stay back on the ace point, or even a 4-1. You would come in on the 21 point in either case, and
Bounce.
that is what Joe correctly did. Joe knows that position too, and now Carlos, again, I will refer to them by their first names instead of their surnames. That's the American custom usually. I am an American. I'm a citizen of the good old US of A, as is Kristen Westerman.
That's
Although
right. Nashville, baby.
She is a Nashville baby. No, I can't say that. She's from Nashville, baby.
Nashville, baby. Absolutely.
I am a New Hampshire baby.
Nice.
That there was an old children's book from, let's say, the 1880s called The Water Babies. And the quote, I had it from my old people. The quote I remember from it is, "The fairies had turned him into a water baby."
All
That has
right.
nothing to do with backgammon. But now the game has started. It is now, what do we have for a score? 1 apiece. I see the score sheet.
2 really fast games.
Yeah, so yeah, the only real question I had was I wasn't sure about one of Carlos's checker plays, and but other than that, I thought it was, and I wasn't sure about Joe's refusal to play on in the first game. Oh, I haven't completed my text asking about the audio. I will complete.
Yeah, I got a yes. Seeger, Sean Garber. Hey, Sean. Just said the audio has been on for probably a couple minutes now, so we're good.
All right, I will text to that effect. Sorry for the distractions. All right, now, yeah, so that double 2 reply to the splitting 3-2 is conventional by Carlos Ruiz. That was his reply to the opening move. After that, it looks like what does it look like?
Is the reason he doesn't come out with that 6 is because he's already got 10 down there in the zone? Is that why he chose to bring it down to the 7 instead?
Yes, to come out to the 18 point would be really scary. Now I believe Joe can take this one. He scoops it up, but the other one might also have been a take, but it would have been less happy. I think you're right about the old leaving a 3 blots against 10 in the zone thing. Joe has rolled a funny cocked die, a bevel. I call it a cocking of the die by the bevel. Carlos has
That's
rolled
really
a
crazy
great
when I
number. He has rolled a great 6-3 and after he doubled, and Joe had no choice but to come in with a 4-2 by lifting his blot on the 7-point. Carlos has got a big advantage, and he is deciding to press the attack, hoping that he can pick up another blot somewhere. Now, that was a good reply by Joe, even though he didn't hit, entering and covering his blot.
Ooh, that is
And
a really
now,
pretty roll.
yeah, I mean, there was I mean, I think the pretty play that he made is right too.
Mhm.
He could have considered coming out to the 15 point for extra contact, but
Just keep
to
coming
me,
down there, yeah.
yeah, yes, I would keep coming down because it's constructive. There's really nothing else for Joe with that 6-3 but to come out, because other sixes would be too blotty.
You just bring them in then?
I think, yeah, now the alternative is to make the 10 point.
Yeah.
The trouble with that is it abandons the anchor.
And leaves 2 blots.
At
Yeah.
least 2 blots. It's better for timing, but he's
Yeah.
looking at it. I mean, I believe he knows what the choice is. So sometimes when you are considering whether to abandon your advanced anchor, there are many factors in play. So yes, he's looking at that. And he decides he likes the timing aspect, because if what you're risking is that you give up a lot of outfield control, and but Joe knows he must attack if he wants to win this game, and now I'm pretty sure that was better than just making the 12 point.
So now we got a hit on the 5 and coming out with the
But
4.
he has been hit back. Yes, you're right. That's the right 4.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure.
Ooh. So one is force come in with that. Oh no, wait, I'm looking at the wrong side here all of a sudden. All right, there we go. There's the 6.
Yeah, there was another play could have come in somewhere and left the blot in the outfield, hoping to pick it up. But I think he's right to make the move he did. He gave up the negative equity of getting hit by a 6-3, 1 chance in 18, in return for another builder / attacker.
And it's not
And
like he's wanting a
now,
place to come in on Joe's board either.
yeah, now his main decision, I think he should hit. And after hitting, he has a decision. I mean, he's got there, but come to think of it, there is a case for not hitting. I think this is what I would be inclined to do, is to risk being hit but not leave too many blots out there. And now it works out, he covers. That
Nice cover.
increases his wins as well as his gammons by covering that.
Joe is on the bar with 2 already back against a 5-point board. That's never a good place to be.
Okay, no, he should not play 10 to, no, is that legal? Yeah, that's legal. Yeah, he had 2 on the 10 point. Yep. I think I might have played. No, I would have played that. Yeah, I would have wanted the spare on the 6. And it works out. Now he's got spares in excellent positions.
Yeah, nice stacking. Nice structure there. Joe still can't come in. Joe was really wanting a 1 right now. Looks like we're up to 47 people watching. Hi, everybody. Say hi in the chat.
Yes, good. Hello to all our viewers.
Yeah,
Smash
the
that
thumbs
like
up button.
button.
Smash it.
Smash
Smash
that
it.
like button.
Whatever is the going slang these days for that. So, and say
So,
hi in the chat too, so we know who's watching. Okay.
so what happened? So Carlos chose not to strip his 6-point with a 4-3 in favor of getting a checker off.
Oh,
Typically,
that's
stripping the
okay.
6-point is better in such a position because
Oh,
it
we got a
leads to a
shot.
safer bear off.
That's a 5-4, right? We got a shot.
Yeah, there's no choice. He's got to take 2 off. And now Joe's starting to get some real chances if he hits this one. He's got checkers in play to develop a good board.
Oh, still can't.
Now,
Looks like we
now
got.
he might roll something bad now, like a 6x leaving a blot, but now he's able to lift his blot and clear his 6-point, and there's no choice at all. He's not going to not lift his blot, and he's not going to keep his 6-point.
Mhm.
When I say there's no choice at all, he could bear one off and go 4-2, but I think that's the gain from clearing the 6-point is just too big. I think that he will win a large proportion of gammons if he merely fails to be hit. So that is legal and best.
All right, I'm going to say hi to a couple people. We got Richard, we got Bill, we got Sean is here. Who is Dice Man? I don't know that name, but thank you for saying hi. Hi. All right, coming off
Two
there. Nice.
2 off is the safest in the short run. Probably it might be the safest in the long run, but not necessarily. Might have played 4-2, but when in doubt, take it off.
So he moved it to the 7 there. Why not? I mean, I know you still want to try and have some structure, right? In case you get the hit. But
What
is
did he go?
concerned
Did he
about-
go 8? Did he go 8-7, or was it
No,
9-7?
he did 9-7.
9
But
to
he could
7.
have
I
done.
think I would have slotted the 4-point.
Okay. I'm just wondering about the conversation that you have with yourself when you know like you're in gammon territory and you want to try and get in off the gammon, but you also want to balance that with having some structure in place, you know, anticipating a hit. Like, how do you know to not bring it in and stack it on the 6, right? So like he moved it to the 7 instead of taking the one from the 9 to the 6 and having an extra checker already in case, you know, it gets down to the wire and he's got to get everybody back in the house, you know?
Well, look at all the what you do is you look at all the crossovers you need to save the gammon, and a glance should tell us that Joe is basically almost gammoned if he fails to hit.
Yeah.
So if the only way you can win is to hit,
Now he's got to go. Let's go. Got to get out of there.
if the only way, and that's right, he just brings now the coup classique is looming. If the only way, and there's the beginning, coup
Ooh,
classique is when you hit both of these checkers and then win from that position.
double ones.
And if you close out 2 of them, you're something like a
Oh
2-1
my God.
favorite.
Double
Somewhere in
ones.
there, I forget the exact numbers, but
Sorry. Got excited there for a second. Sorry, didn't mean to talk over you there, Marty.
oh no, I talk too much anyway. I was just saying that if the only way you have to win is to hit, that you prepare to win if you do hit.
Right. But I'm
And
always
so
questioning whether or not I should just bring something in, you know, to make sure that it's in case I can get around the board, but also trying to balance that with, you know, creating structure that's going to contain if I do get the hit. So it's like this, you know, when do I take it in and stack it, and when do I still kind of build that structure outside?
well, this is the classic case where the classic case of when you build a structure is when you can almost never save the gammon unless you hit.
Right.
The classic case of when you do the opposite, when you try to bring checkers with your 6-point,
Mhm.
is when you have not much of a winning chance, and you some chance, some real chance to save the game. It doesn't have to be huge, but it could be moderate. And then there are the intermediate cases where you can move in the outfield but not stack on your 6-point, where you're not really wasting pips to save the gammon, but what you're doing is you're leaving them in a good position to form a prime or even make some more points if you do get a hit, but where you're not really hurting your gammon saving chances if you don't. So that is a well understood concept at top levels. I'm not sure how well it's understood at below the open level. But now we saw in the last two moves, we just saw Joe hit loose on his 1-point instead of making his 2. His priority is to deny Carlos Ruiz an anchor. Carlos has made that anchor, and now Joe is trying to optimally position his outside checkers in order to hit something next turn, and this is fine now. He should switch now to 1-point. He'll do it quickly, and now he should leave the checker on his 14-point and find another one. That's reasonable. Getting closer. He lead on the 14-point. One reason is a double 4 will close the board, but now he's just going to get a builder closer to his inner board. That's probably higher the priority than playing 11-4, maintaining the double 4, but I'm not sure. Now a double 6, he's going to make his 7, and I'm not sure I agree with that, but he get like that gives it. No, it doesn't give any extra chances. I don't think. He could have made his 7-point and had another checker in the attack zone.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. Why didn't he do that?
I think I'm not sure. Maybe he didn't want to put 2 checkers on the same point.
Yeah.
And now I'm not sure. I don't know whether he hit or whether he slot, but slotting is reasonable when you really need a closed board to win, and you're getting 4. Okay, so now Joe is not going to be inclined to redouble unless he has. See, where's that?
You read my mind. I'm like, what does Joe need to be able to redouble here?
He needs probably 1 more checker off, and he might have overshot, but if Carl stays on the bar with both, okay, now I don't think he has a double now.
Okay.
If he fans again, I'm not sure. It's getting close. So if you pick up the fine backgammon book, Backgammon Boot Camp by Walter Trice, the late Walter Trice, who was a friend of mine when he was living. He's no longer a friend of mine because he's no longer living. Sounds silly, I guess.
You can still call him a friend.
Yeah, he was
a friend.
Yeah, Walter was a great guy. And he was a fine theoretician of backgammon. He's in the Backgammon Hall of Fame.
That's awesome.
He had a formula called a stack and straggler position formula, which I keep relearning and forgetting. And now what do we do? So you're just trying to count the number of rolls you're likely to
1, 2, 3, 4.5, 5 rolls. So let's see here. That's
if that's a 5 roll, that's what's called a 5 roll position. And then if we could play games like move how many 6-2s does it take for Carlos Ruiz to get close? And that might give an idea. It won't be an exact thing because the thing about Carlos' position is he's going to lose mega big time by rolling small numbers. But if we do see how many 6-2s, well, how many pips does he have? He's got 38 pips. You divide that by 8 and you get a little less than 5 rolls, but you factor in. What do you factor in? You factor in that Joe's double 2 does not gain a roll, but Carlos's bad numbers are really, really bad.
Yeah, little tiny rolls.
And
Yep.
then you consider the possibility of an incorrect cube decision by Carlos, whatever it may be.
Right.
And then I think that, and you know, and if you don't know whether Carlos has got a take, then you should double. That's the Woolsey doubling rule, also known as Woolsey's law. These lawmakers like to call things laws, but rules is really better.
Yeah. Bill Spruce says he would double and let Carlos figure it out.
Exactly.
Like you said, just do, yeah, Woolsey's law, just do it, double it, and let Carlos, yeah, decide what he wants to do. Sean Garber
So
says 68% wins with perfect closed out board. So we're, yeah, okay, that was good. So I didn't see that until just now.
yeah, I was thinking it was 68, but that's that's like perfect. I assume it means spares on the 6, 5, and 4 against 2 closed out.
So is that 1 on the bar or 2 on the bar with that 68%?
2 on the bar.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
And all the rest worn off.
Gotcha. I will remember that now. I didn't know that one. Thank you. And the reason why you're saying 6-2 is because the average roll is right around that 8 mark, right? That's why you're dividing by the 8 when you were looking at the pips.
Yeah, right.
People who don't.
So now is where you can use the stack and straggler rule. I would go running off and get my book, but the bang for the buck is probably insufficient.
You can post it in the comments later. People
Yeah.
rewatching can go
So
check them
Joe
out.
decides not to double, and he takes 2 off. And now if he, okay, that's a good roll. 5-4 should probably not go to the 12 point. Is that legal? That's legal.
Yeah, that
I
would.
myself would have gone to the 10 point because the 10 point is a very juicy destination for a checker in such things. That said, I do not know the right play. I've not studied these positions as much as I should have done.
Yeah, Joe's little picture is blocking the cube that's down on the left-hand side. So for those of you who can't see it, there is a 2 cube there.
That's right. These pictures are
Mm-hmm.
compromising the viewability.
So now he's
So if you
considering
consider this a 4 roll position, then what Joe might be thinking is that a 4 roll position is going to be a pure 4 roll position. 8 on the 1 point versus 8 on the 1 point is the classic. That's a redouble and take. 5 roll, 10 on the 1 point versus 10 on the 1 point is in a money game, at least, or in the first game or early in a match like this, is an initial double but not a redouble. And there was some other consideration. Oh yes, the consideration is that whether it's a 4 cube in a match, that is not the same as a money game case. Maybe not even at 10 away to 10 away, although I think it's probably pretty close to money. So he says, no, I'm not. And the other thing also is that you can see how Carlos's position is worse than a pure 4 roll position because his low numbers, like I said, for the earlier position, really hurt him.
Yeah.
He rolled a better than average. He rolled a 9. And Joe just took 2 checkers off, and Carlos passed. I think he was right to pass, and I think he might have even been right to pass the turn before, although I don't know that. So therefore, I would have doubled.
We have consensus. That was definitely a pass. People
Yeah.
are saying definitely a pass. So thank you for that, you guys. Okay, and Boomer, I don't know who Boomer VF14 is, said it was a 0.141 blunder not to double with 1 on the bar and the 4 prime. Interesting. That was pretty big. That's pretty big blunder then.
Yeah, so if you just know these things by heart, you won't have to spend energy and hurt yourself. Now, this is a bad play by Carlos, hitting loose on the 2-point.
I really want a list of all the things that I need to know by heart. Could I have a list of that? Because then I know I can make that happen. But sometimes it's just not
Yeah,
knowing what I don't know or
so
knowing. Yeah, there's a
right.
lot.
So what you want to do is you want to go onto bkgm.com and read a lot of stuff.
.com,
And you
bkgm.com. Okay.
that's Tom Keith's site. I don't think he's added to it for a long time. Tom Keith is the author of the Keith count.
Okay.
And there's another formula called eyesight, which is very similar to the Keith count.
I've never heard of that one. Yeah. I've heard
Yeah,
of Keith count.
it's spelled letter I, and then SIGHT. And I think I may be wrong, if so, I apologize, but I think there's an organization called Eyesight, and one of the people working there came up with a formula, and but the formula resulted from a more general mathematical problem of how you optimize certain quantities, something like that.
Interesting. Hydration break.
Phone is ringing or dingling. I have to decline my wife's request to talk with me, but I can always text her on the sly. So yeah, I think that that 6-3 play by Carlos hitting loose on the 2-point. It was merely after a 2-1 split. Am I right? 2-1 opening
Yeah.
split. So the standard play with a 6-3 is, especially well, if you're behind in the match, certainly I would play 24-18, 13-10. If I were way ahead in the match, I might wimp out and play 24-15. But I would never strip my 8-point and not add another checker to my zone and
That's a good rule.
leave 18 return shots.
All right. So
And
now he's gonna
now Carlos has done okay in the exchange, but he's at a disadvantage. And now Joe's just going to hit and lift. No reason to leave extra shots. No reason not to hit. So lift. He's so far ahead in the race that he's going to be doing well. Carlos pops out to the outfield.
Yeah. Got a double shot now, 4s and 5s, and he got 5, so he's gonna hit again.
Now, oh no, he need not hit again. He need not hit again. I think he has to look at. He at least has to look at 21-14. If he makes the 14 point, now he's going to go back and look at it.
Yeah.
He's just seen it.
Bam,
And so now we count the pips. 6 times 13 is 78, plus 2 is 80. Those are the outside. We got 39 and 80 and 55. We got 135. And now we've got 152. It's interesting. I think it's a 17 pip lead with Carlos on the bar, whose clock is updating. It is Joe's clock updating. It's not decided yet.
Right.
Now okay, let's recount this. 80, 96 and 39 is 135. And 152 again. Yeah, that's right. I counted right. I try to count. Yeah, so 17 pips ahead, even with your opponent on roll, in a very strong anti-holding game position. I think this is. I would have done this.
Awesome. And if you want to be like Marty and know how to count pips that fast, you just got to practice. Because
well, you can read a lot of
counting.
You can read a lot of articles about cluster counting. The first one was by the late Jack Cassane from Albany, New York, of all places, who was the fastest pip counter I've ever known, unless Art Benjamin is, hiding something from me. Other fast pip counters include, so many people I can't count
Steve
anymore.
Sachs. I remember sitting with him one time and he was just like, blink.
Yeah.
He looked at the board. He's like, this one and this one. That's what they have. And I'm like,
He-
holy moly,
he's
I want to know
one-
how to do that.
Yeah, it used to be that I would say that almost none of these people were faster than I was, but that was, like I said, last commenting, the older I get, the better I was. So now what is happening now? So
He's trying to figure out if he wants to bring
he's
that
going to
guy
be
around.
only 9 pips behind. Is that an argument for making the 3-point or not? He should not make the 16-point. I'm pretty darn sure, because the long-term insecurity of not having the 21-point is bad. So he decided he would not make the 3-point. Make the 3-point was reasonable, because
So he
being
did just,
behind in the race, you have less to lose by being hit.
do you
But he's
bring
not
this one
that
in
far
from
behind
the
the race.
13 or do you just make an interboard point?
That's a good question. I would be inclined to
Bring it
the
in?
third play making the 10-point.
Yeah.
I would tend to not do that when I was head in the race.
Why would he leave a shot though?
He's thinking about it. Well, because the long-term value of the 10-point, but he says, all
Yeah,
right,
but
I'm
he's
going
have
to
to
keep my
leave the
position
block
more
over there on the
compact.
14.
Yeah, he says, I'm going to, now his long-term clearing chances are decent, and even if he does leave a direct or an indirect shot, what is that, a 3-1? Now he's had the option to leave an indirect shot. He didn't appear to consider it. He could have left a 7 shot and cleared his 14-point, but
And then got smacked if he did. So maybe
if
that was
if he
good.
if he got smacked, it wasn't the end of the world.
Yeah. So he's just gonna bring that in and cover. Yeah.
Yes, now there's no doubt that he should not leave a blot. So the trade-off, the previous move, is whether he should leave 6 shots in return for clearing a problem point,
Yeah.
or
To get rid of that 14.
risk shots down the road, like now, when Carlos will probably have a better board than he had
Need some
initially.
doubles. Nobody's had doubles for a minute. See if he can get
All right,
some doubles to get out of that situation.
I will give you a pithy aphorism,
Okay.
as Bill Roberti used to say, pithy aphorism. And I think one time KG commenting, Bill used words like that, and Kent Goulding said, I don't even know what those words mean.
There's the doubles.
The pithy aphorism is, when in doubt, pay later.
When in doubt, pay later. Okay,
Yeah,
I like that.
this is going to be the end. We have, oh wait, no, he rolled a double 4, so that's 99. That's 83, and so it's 90. That's still a double. It's probably double take. 50, 83, 90.
Okay, so we have 55 people watching and we only have
99.
22 thumbs up. So I need the rest of the folks watching to just go ahead and give me that, hit that little thumbs up thingy, the like button or whatever you want to call it. We got 56 and we only have 22 likes. So let's go, people. Let's go. Let's go. You can do it.
Yeah, so it's 90 pips to 99 pips, Joe's favor. And the contact somewhat favors Carlos being behind in the race. But in the next few turns, he might have to leave the anchor in order to race and make himself vulnerable. So I'm not sure if that's exactly a wash in terms of equity, whether one factor cancels the other out, but it's at least close to 1, or somewhat close to 1, or whatever weird qualification terms I want to use. And the fact that Joe is 10% of his own pip count ahead and they are both even away from 11 points. Means that I would. No, I know that Carlos would take this.
Mhm.
He can count to 99, and he presumably is familiar with some of this basic racing stuff. So
Woohoo! We're up to 29 likes now. Halfway there, we have 50.
Joe decides not to double. I would have doubled, and I think this is the right play with a double one. Now, this. All right, now hang on a sec. Hang on a sec. Was that really right? That was only a double one. I would have been. I'm okay. I'm not so sure he shouldn't have come out. But those are tricky positions. The case for coming out with a 6 last turn for Carlos was that he has a 5-point board.
Now he's got to come
Now
out.
he must come out.
But Joe's pretty
And
flat, so he'd have to get doubles or leave a lot or two to hit him.
so I think he should just double this. Let me see. What do
Yeah.
we got? 79, 80. We got 81 pips, and we got 83. Maybe not. Well, maybe. Yeah. I'm not really sure because the pip count was closer than I thought it was, but double ones, I guess, was the thing. But he
All right,
had
get the race.
he had 10 great pointing numbers, but they weren't all winning, but most of them were close. But the pip count is so very close that maybe he's right not to double. So now let's rethink the pip count. 67 raw for Joe.
Nice job filling in that 4.
67 raw for Carlos meant it was no double. Fills
Yep,
in
we
the
got a straight
4,
up
as he
race.
said. So no double here either. Gotta be.
Mhm.
What do we got? 60.
33,
50. Oh,
42.
wait a minute. 57 to 60, but then I assess 3 Keith count units additional because of the distribution for Joe, and 2 additional for Carlos. So that would be 62. 60. No, it would be 68 to 62, so no double. I just did a fast Keith count. Hopefully I got it right. Joe.
Sometimes hard to see the dice on this board.
Yeah, I can see them okay.
Yeah. All right, he gets to pull 3 off with that.
Yeah, that was a great roll for Carlos.
2 off for Joe. At least they both have gaps. And we
So it's
found
exciting.
he slots his gap. All right.
And again, we've got
43,
4 times 8 is 32, and 10 is 42 raw pips for Joe. And we assess 1 extra Keith count unit. We've got 43. And then we add 1/7 of 43, ignoring the fractional part. So we got a Keith count of 49 for Joe. And we've got
Okay, Joe gets 2 off.
and 44 for Carlos. Again, it's got to be no double. And that's a
That'll
good
help.
one for Carlos.
It definitely is. Joe's gonna be finding the holes here soon. 4-3, he still gets 2 off.
Yep. No, there's no question of a double by Carlos. He's got 9 checkers left, and
Yeah. But he keeps pulling 2 off, so he's gaining.
But yeah, so no, that's a good one. Now he should play 5 to 1 for maximum spread, I believe. He says, well, I think this is best. You waste fewer pips probably. And
So
you
is
know,
there like a general rule for like when you get down to this where you're looking for which doubles takes you off? So you use your, your smaller ones to fill in where the doubles will be optimized, or you just take them, and distribute them so that you have more coverage on the actual dice numbers?
well, I think the default is the latter. You spread your checkers out. But when in doubt, spread them out.
When in doubt, spread
But
them out. I like that.
but I just made
But,
that up.
uh-oh.
Somebody else probably did it. But
We'll make it
but
yours,
it's
Marty.
always
That's yours.
sensitive to nuances. In other words, what is your opponent's
Right.
position, right? So
Well, that's the whole thing about backgammon
Carlos,
is
all
once you
right.
get
So
the
so
problem.
Carlos's idea is that I think this is just a screaming take. It's possible that
Roll
Joe can
versus,
get off in 3.
yeah, as long
He
as he
will
doesn't hit the gap.
he will often get off in 4.
Mind the gap. We're in London.
And so I
All right,
would,
so going
oh
to,
yeah, Max Headroom says to mind the gap. So there's 2 off,
all right, that it was helpful.
and he's got
He's
5
got to get
left.
a 6
So
next
all right.
time.
So now if Joe misses,
He did.
now he's got I believe this is a close pass. So
Oh, and he didn't even think about it. 1, 2,
well, he
3.
already doubled. So
Oh, that's right.
Joe
Thank you.
has a cube.
The little cube is hiding
Yeah.
again. And Joe did not get the doubles needed to get them all off. So yeah, that one goes to Carlos.
So we might ask the chat what the cube action was there, the correct cube action. They got
Anybody want to weigh in on that?
gamma.
I got it up here. What do
Yeah.
you think the cube action was on that? And thank you, by the way, to all the people who
Six
gave the
five
thumbs
four
up.
three
We're
two
at
two one versus
29 now.
653331.
Yeah, we're up to 65 people on this. So hi, everybody. Thank you for just joining us.
Smash that like button.
Do what he says. Do what Marty says. Marty
As
knows.
Justin Noble says, you have to satisfy the algorithms by increasing the number of, you know, putting in some database somewhere on your browser or somewhere
Something somewhere.
statistics about who's watching what and all that stuff.
Yeah, and the more you guys engage in the chat and the more you guys push the like button, then the more reach the algorithm gives to other people who may possibly be interested in backgammon and tries to pull more people into the community. So, it's not just for me asking, it's not just for Marty asking, but go ahead and push the button so that we can spread the backgammon love because it's so much fun. We need more people.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that right. So Kristen is right. She knows more about marketing than I do for some weird reason.
Yeah, maybe a little. That's what I do, kind of. So not a
Yeah.
lot, though.
Well, I don't do it for a living.
I don't do it for a living either.
I was what they called a content person. So this is the very old way to play 4-3 response to 6-3 opening split. It is a bad play, can now considered to be a bad play. I saw a man named Drew Javanis play it as late as 1993, at which time I believe I knew that it was bad. But the idea is that, okay, what he did was he disconnected Joe's back checkers by putting them out of direct communication. They were sitting on the 18 and the 1 point, or the 24 point.
We got a double hit here.
And so then the idea is to, okay, you put them on the bar, you gain a tempo so you can't make a good point, and you make some of the return 6s bad off the bar. But in return, you strip your 8 point and you leave a direct shot. So nowadays, people split of the back checkers and then they come down to the outer board with another one. Usually they play 24-21, 13-9. Now, as you said, the game continues. I babbled on about opening theory.
I like your babbling. I always
And
learn
Joe
something.
knows Pottle's Law. You've ever heard of Pottle's Law? Pottle?
No, sir, I do not.
Pottle's Law is always run the last back checker.
Oh,
And
I
that
like
is
that
what
one
Joe
too.
did with his 5-4.
Yeah.
After that native of the U.S. state of Maine, Sam Pottle.
I like that. Always run your back checker. Yes.
last back checker.
Last back checker. Thank you.
I've got a corollary, or as they would say in Britain, a corollary. Storer's
Corollary.
corollary to Pottle's law is to attack the last back checker if it seriously threatens to escape.
All right. Does that
And
extend all the way to the 1, or is it just kind of like 2, 3, 4, 5? Like, do you want to hit loose on the 1 if that's the only one back there and you don't have a lot of structure on the outside?
Okay, the corollary, or indeed corollary, is only it's one of these eyeglasses for the blind kind of things. It's no substitute for really deep thinking about what's going to be
Right.
happening over the
Not
next
just a
couple of
knee-jerk.
rounds or something like that. But I found it a very useful pointer to the correct play. Like, I've been able to find all kinds of very risky looking attacking plays that few people would choose back in the good old days, but are nevertheless right.
Gotcha. So this match is just keep on going. Joe has been on the bar for a minute there. He's got a 6 again.
Yeah, so this is interesting. It's weakening to put blots in your board like that.
Yeah, kind of a
But
signal like,
he
hey, do
doesn't
the
want a
hard
second
stuff
blot.
now to your other
Doesn't want
your
a second blot hit on the other hand.
True. But
So
whenever you have
I'm
blots on
not.
your home board, it's like a free pass to do hard things that leave things open because it's going to be hard to cover.
Yeah, it's not always a free pass, but it's often
Correct.
a pass.
Yeah.
So
Opening.
now,
How about that? An opening.
okay, all right. So Joe has to count the pips before he makes a play like this. He just makes it. Now he could have made his 2-point and stayed back, but I guess he assesses
He's got
escape
one
as a
back
more
lead.
important priority.
Yeah. So,
But
because I'm not
the pip
super
count,
fast at counting pips like you are, but I just look and see how many they have back and how many other ones are on that side. How many do I have back? How many other ones do I have on my side? So kind of like that quick little, view of it there.
Right now, okay. So Carlos made this play this aggressive play based on the 2 blots. He didn't have to do it. He could have played safely. Could have come all around to the 10-point, and the correctness of that play might turn entirely on the pip count. So the pip count after that play was what? What did Joe just roll? A 1-6? I guess, or 1 something. I guess a 1-6. So the pip count is now 88 for Carlos, and it is 109, 100 and something for Joe. So it
Just
looks
filled in
like
the 5
now
point.
Carlos could have. Now, has he already doubled or something? Oh, he's already doubled. Somebody's on. Yeah, I think the cube is now. This I can't
It's
see the cube
hidden.
either.
Yeah, it's down there next to Joe, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm apologies
Yeah.
for not being able to see the cube or not keeping track of it sufficiently is really what I mean. Yeah, if I can't see the cube, I assume that it's
All right, Joe, you need 6-1 here. That's not going to do it. I have a feeling Joe's going to get hit next time. What do you think?
I think, well, we don't know, but I think
There it is. That's a smack right there.
you know
1, 2.
my knee jerk is to clear the 6-point instead of bear 3 off the 4. I don't think the extra gammons or that he gets that way, if any, are worth it.
So if you're going for the gammon, you take off as many as you can, right? But if you're not, then you just
yeah. Generally
stay.
speaking,
Yeah.
I would say you're biased toward taking extra checkers off.
Ooh, and then he just got doubles too. All
Yeah.
right, Joe, you gotta come home.
And one reason that taking off 3 might not have won more gammons in the long run, although I don't know either way, is that you can't win a gammon if you lose and you get hit more often. So now he's just going to minimize pips to get
Yeah.
into his board. Else, almost certainly, he's just going to save the gammon. There's no way
Yeah.
he does not save the gammon.
Okay, he's in. He needs one off though, and he can get it next turn. Hi, everybody. Make sure to say hi in the chat. Tell us who's watching. We'd love to say hi to you. Thanks for joining us.
What is he going for the PR here? He's giving himself a decision next turn. Now he's going to bear 1 off or 2 off.
Yeah, that's one of
Now
the more recent things I figured out is that if you give yourself as many decisions as you can, right, for PR, or I mean, there's some nuances there at the end of the game. Like I've seen XG do this funky thing where it like won't take stuff off and it'll stack stuff up. So I guess, yeah, I need to understand that a bit more. But
It might not matter. It might not matter. I mean, an XG might get to a position where it it doesn't matter what it knows that it doesn't matter what checker plays it makes. I don't know if it's going to try to. Well, it's trying to minimize its own PR. Maybe that's what it's doing.
Yeah, maybe.
But it might also get to a position where it just knows it can't win. Therefore, it has some
Built-in programming.
some way of choosing moves that is not conditioned on equity, and it just randomly chooses one in whatever order it selects the moves, which we don't know either. So here we go.
8 away now.
It was a 6-5-6-1-5-1 where Joe started, and he played his 5-1-13-8 24-23 instead of leaving a blot to be hit. Well, he had 1 checker back. Carlos is ahead 5-3.
Yep. We're up to 30 likes.
He doubled at some point in that game, unbeknownst to me. Now, where is the cube? Oh, I see the cube is sitting by the clock.
There it is.
Not sitting by the clock.
I can see that. Yeah.
It might be a given cube. So now there's a 6-4. So
bring in or 13, come down.
13. Yeah, I was going to say bring in or come down. Come down leaves the 6-7s and 4-8s because double 4 and double 2 are blocked. So it leaves 10 shots, but it increases building power and the building power,
reduces
whether near board right or outside.
Yep. Much more flexible this way.
So the answers are resounding. I don't know, but I suspect Carlos just made the right play.
Okay.
Because
it's just hard sometimes. It's so counterintuitive. Like I don't want to stack,
Yeah, you should also read, if you haven't already, Back Checker Strategy by Michi Kageyama.
I have the book and I've started working my way through it. I've got like 6 books that I'm like part of the way through. I go chapter by chapter and then I'm like, oh, I want to look at this. And then I'm very ADHD. So like I have to bounce around a bit.
Yes. Well,
oh, it looks like they're trying to see if it's cocked or not. Okay.
Yeah. So what you do in a case like that is you either agree and then pick up the dice like the pair just did, or you call for a director to assess whether it's cocked, and don't touch the dice in the meantime.
Right.
Anyway, back to the question of whether you leave 10 shots in a position like that for, decent gains if you're missed. Michi Kageyama he talks about the stages of backchecker development, and one stage he calls the completed stage, where all of your backcheckers are escaped. And then there's another called the advanced stage, where you've got an advanced anchor, but they're not all escaped. And I think he would have called that position last game the advanced stage because Carlos Ruiz had an advanced anchor, but his back checkers weren't escaped. Whereas Joe was in the solo stage. He had one back checker remaining. And so then Michi tends to say that if you're an advanced stage versus a solo stage, you have a significant amount to lose by being hit, so you might want to look for safe plays. And some of that is counterintuitive,
It
but
makes you stack up.
it's kind of true, right? So
So we're in a holding game.
that's a very good book, Backcheck Strategy by Michi.
Cool. So we're in a holding game, and he's got 4 on the mid still. Isn't there a reference position where it's like 3 left on the mid is when you start looking at the cube, or like?
No, it's
But he has
4.
the advanced. It's 4, not 3.
It's 4 because with 4, the reason is that with a double you can clear your midpoint entirely. If you have more than 4, you cannot do it.
And then if it's 5, 6, you don't double on the holding game with the advanced anchor. But as soon as you hit 4, you could do it.
Yeah, against a holding game where your opponent owns your 18 point and you've got your, you've got this position is kind of classic, the midpoint and 8 point. But yes, in general, if there's not some other big strength that your position has, and it is extremely key to clear your midpoint, then if you have 5 or more on your midpoint, you should generally not be doubling. Now countervailing factors, your opponent's position is really, really weak, and hitting does not hurt you significantly or something like that. Then you might double. Then you might get a market loser that doesn't involve clearing your midpoint.
Right.
Or you might already be winning.
So now we're looking at a crunch situation.
Oh, so this is what is he doing? No, that was illegal.
A 2, not a that was
he
not legal.
He played an illegal 4-2. Now in positions like that, you're still supposed to clear from the back rather than interior. So he played an illegal 4-2 apparently, but the legal 3 would have been better played
From the 6.
6-3, generally speaking, despite the fact that you might have more. You might delay a shot for longer. It's thought that the destruction of your board is so bad that
Oh, it's terrible not to be able to use those.
So the cube is still in the middle. I can see it now.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. Did either player, did Joe miss a chance to cube there, or?
Well, maybe. I should have been looking at the pip count and everything like that. And positions like this are frequently doubles, even though Joe has only 17 ways out of 36 to hit that thing. And now I could do a Keith count as the basis of my decision, and I could go, all right, that's the trouble with doubling is that when you miss, you're in bad shape. Now Carlos Ruiz he didn't double.
Yeah.
And he moved all the way forward, which I think was probably right since getting hit is so bad.
Ooh,
and now he doesn't double that either. And this is, I'm not sure if he should leave the checkers on this 9 and 6 rather than the 10 and 5. So we have 8 checkers on Carlos's 1 point and 2 on his 2 point.
So why there would Joe move from 4 to 3 instead of scooting it to the 7? Those kind of plays sometimes I don't understand. Like, why not get it a little bit closer to come in?
What would I have done? I'm not sure. I'm still trying to figure out whether
Sorry,
Carlos
I
should have been.
interrupted your train of thought.
No, my train of thought is so idiosyncratic.
That's
So,
normal.
so you know, it, the little plays with ones there are not all that consequential, but often going 8-7 with your last outside back checker doesn't gain you very much. It gains you a lot if it's the best way to get one checker off.
All right, so now we have a cube.
Yeah, now we have a cube, and so
Joe's
Joe
gonna take.
snap takes. They each have one checker off, is that right? Or does Joe have two checkers off? I can't see how many checkers he
Kind
has
of
off.
hard to see with the little picture. I can count though. 5, 6, 11.
He had one
12.
checker off, I believe.
Yeah.
And so I think that maybe that was a pass if they each had one checker off, because Carlos.
All right, Joe gets 2.
Now how many? Okay, so Carlos has 5 off, and does Joe have 6 off?
Well, there's 7 remaining, so now he's got 8 off.
So he's got 8 off now. He had 6 off before the roll, and now, yeah. So it came down to a position that's
6, yep. So
that
8 to
would
6.
that would sort of been almost a take, maybe, or something like that. But
Oh, bam,
now Joe's very happy. Now he gets to
bam.
redouble
He's
if he
very
unless
happy right
snowballs.
now.
End of
All
game.
right, and there comes the cube again,
Yeah.
and
So
that's a
I
game
would
over,
have
man situation.
at this
Quoting
fast pace.
Alien,
I don't
game
have
over,
time to go
man.
through my slow. At this fast pace, I don't have time to go through my slow thought process. Usually my slow
We gotta keep
process.
moving. We gotta keep moving. These dice keep coming.
Yeah, usually my slow thought process in such positions lead to do the right decision, but
I love the peek into your thought process, though. I love the peek into
sometimes it
your
doesn't.
grandmaster brain. I want a grandmaster brain.
Yeah, it takes developing.
Yep. I'm just gonna keep plugging away at it. Maybe one day.
Yeah,
I just want to keep getting better. I think that's everybody, though, right?
Now, do
Everybody
you
just wants
take
to keep
lessons
getting
from
better.
anybody, Kristen? Do you take lessons from a grandmaster type, or are you in
Yeah,
the
I
stage?
just had coming to London, I reached out to Justin. So I had a 2-hour lesson with Justin on Saturday. Very, very good lesson. He's a great teacher. Super nice guy too. So I probably do some more with him. I've done a sampling of coaches and stuff, and I've learned a lot from each of my coaches. So but I've been trying to learn some on my own too, read the books and study some positions. And actually, one of the things that I've done, and I don't know, people probably already know about this in terms of like a strategy to learn, but I make XG play XG, and then I just walk roll by roll through the match so that I see perfect play. I'm very much a pattern person, so if you're a visual learner, like I feel like that's a really strong way to get to notice the patterns and but of course you still have to dive in and figure out why, right? It's not just the pattern recognition. That's only going to take you so far, but checker play has really improved just from watching perfect play, and I really need to do a deep dive on cubes.
Yeah, the cube's the hardest part. So meanwhile,
Yeah.
the match goes on.
Meanwhile, sorry.
Carlos just slotted his 4-point last turn, which I think he was right to do, and Joe rolled a 5-3 and hit him. And Carlos entered and pushed, rather than slotting his 5-point or going up, he pushed 8-7 for safety. And Joe turned the cube because he's got he had 148 pips, and Carlos had to have way more than that. And 3 checkers back versus 1, a better board. It was a fine double. But Carlos said, "All right, I'm not out of the game yet. I have an anchor. Opponent has only a 2-point board. I'm not going to give up just yet." And now Joe has made his 9-point and slotted his bar builder was 10, I should say. And now, what was the whole roll was 2-5, I guess.
Yeah.
and he played 24-22, and he's looking at a 5, and he decides to
I
keep
really
his
like the
checkers
9-point.
keep his checkers in play. The 9-point is a nice point, yes, and there's a double 4.
I love that 9-point. 1, 2, 3.
And
One more to go.
instantly, Joe sees that he can hit 24-12.
Yeah, it took him no time at all to see that.
And then Joe is he studies the game hard too. And he's a grandmaster in his own right. He's a titled grandmaster. I think
That's
he might still
fantastic.
be a grandmaster 3, but I imagine he'll go up from that at some point. Now that was a good
Ooh.
play by Carlos to make his 24-point, because there's a nice double 6 which does not play from the 9-point. It probably plays 2 from the 8-point, and then probably 12-6, and I don't know, 10-4.
Well, 12 to 6. Okay.
And then make the 2-point,
the-
and then slot
Make the
4.
2-point.
Sliding the 4-point is a very necessary point to make eventually. So I think you may as well slot the doggone thing now. And also
He may
duplicate
not want
3s
to
and 1s to
leave
hit
his
it a cover.
anchors. Right.
Yeah, and now
He may not.
so the only alternative that I see is to not slot the 7, not slot the 4, but instead to slot the 7.
That gives more combos though. More hits, doesn't it?
And more hit. Well, I'm not sure he's worried about hits unless they're hit covers.
Okay.
So I would slot the 4, because I think the 4 can be key and the 7 is not key. The 7 is
And you're gonna want the 4 anyway, so you might as well get it going.
Exactly.
If you have to leave something,
Exactly.
build the inner board, not the outer board. I've heard that before somewhere.
It looks like he's found it.
Yeah.
And there's a hit cover.
1.
Yeah,
Ooh,
he's
there
got
it
a
is.
hit and cover. He doesn't have timing to mess around. He can't
He's
just
not
mess
hitting.
around and sit back there forever, because he'll have to break his board too soon.
He made a play to cover
So-
the 1 or the 5.
Yep, he's
but not
looking
the
at
hit.
it.
Yeah.
He's looking at hit cover, which is to my mind and eyes, it's best.
I thought he pulled it from the 8. I guess he didn't though. I thought he pulled
No,
it from the
7.
8.
He went 7 to 5 because
Yeah.
he played 8 to 7 a few moves ago.
That's why I was like, why is he gonna use the whole 3 to do that? Gotta hit. So while he's thinking, let me look here. We have 58 people watching. Hi, everybody. And we have 31 likes, so that's awesome. We're missing 27 people out there haven't hit the like button, so let's get to it.
Yeah, so
Do me a favor, let's get it going.
we are still in normal 9 to 5 work hours in much of the United States. It's just sort of ending where I am in the Eastern time zone. But on the west coast of the continental United States, it's 3 hours before what we have here. So it'd be 2:47 p.m. or 14:47 in 24-hour time nomenclature, which they use in France, as well as other places. So
Wait, what just happened there? Oh,
he
never mind.
found he made a last look. He found the hit cover. Now the question for Joe is,
But I thought it was from the 7. He used the 1 to hit. He should have come into the 5, shouldn't he?
What?
He was gonna hit on the 4, or he hit Joe on the 4, and he was gonna use the 2 to cover the 5, but it ended up on the, I don't know. I feel like
No, I think
either
no.
saw something that was wrong, or
Played legally. Everybody played legally, I think.
okay, cool. Just me then.
So yeah, so what Joe did is he entered with a 1 and he hit with a 2. And what Carlos did before that is
Okay.
he hit with a 1 and covered 7-5.
Okay, thank
And
you.
Joe's dilemma was whether to go 24 to 22, just try
I
to
was stuck on
escape,
the 2-1 from
or
before. I
or
thought he
to
was still
attack
thinking about it.
and risk being hit. He
I
elected
know
to
what happened.
attack.
I looked down.
Yeah,
That's what
he
happened.
so now Joe is sitting pretty because he elected to attack and the attack was successful. He made his
Now he's
4
got to
and
get
3
out, though.
points.
There he goes. That'll help.
Yeah, so he can. So what he has to look at now is how many, whether that gains him anything. It probably does. He probably is
He's
right
gonna
to play
need to get
7 to
out of
2.
there. A 6, a
He probably
1,
has a couple of numbers like 4
1.
3.
That helps.
Is
Bring in
that
the
really
4.
good? Yep.
All right. 20 ways to get out next time.
And no choice but to dump on the 1 point and keep the 4 prime.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
And
he
there
got
he
out.
is. He runs away.
He's out.
Double
Freedom.
6 schmubble schmicks. I'm gonna get closer to home. Makes a 3
Mhm.
point. Oh, that's probably not right to make the 1 so early. 4
Can't
1
bring
is
it
going
all
to
the
be
way.
13 to 9 and find a
5
2.
to 3.
5 to 3 leaves 6 5 and 5 5 as block numbers, and also 6 6. And the others did not. So I think maybe, but it's prettier in this variation. Oh, this is not. Is that a 2 he played? No, that's a 3 he played.
3
No,
he
okay.
played.
He played a 3 and then he decided to take off. That might be okay given the timing.
Did he
Rather
take one
than,
off?
yeah, he
This
went
board
9 to
setup is a
6,
little hard to
9 to
see it.
6 and 2 off,
Okay.
leaving odd on the end. This would
Ooh.
have been a blot number anyway, so you just take 2 off from here.
Okay.
Backgammon in play with winning after being hit in play. Safety next turn in play too. This is the best one.
So without. Ooh,
Okay,
so
now
close.
he should break from the back. 6 I would play 6-3, 6-5 rather than this. Not a big difference probably. Off from 6
So
to
yeah,
6,
that one's
6 to
good. Move it
4
in.
is safest and pretty fast for bearing off.
And he comes out. He's got a long way to go to get all those guys home.
One problem Carlos has is he's got the 2 blots on his board. He would have had 1 if he'd broken from the back. Standard doctrine is to break your board from the back.
And here we go again with the 6-1-5-1, leaving the shot. And he doesn't have to. That's good news.
I think even on the end is best.
Mm-hmm.
But there's some doubt about that judgment because of Carlos's momentarily weak board. He says, all right, I'm going to get the heck out of there. He could have. Okay, now should Joe clear his 3 point? I believe so.
So
His
how do
only
you
blot
know?
numbers
How do
are
you know if you're
1s.
going to have to clear your point versus just take off the checker? So again, does it come down to just being even at the left there on the 5 or 4?
Well,
Sorry.
notice that he did take off the checker with his play. That's one thing.
Right.
The second thing is that even on the end, saved in this position, saved him a lot of shots, a lot of shot numbers.
And that's
Now
nice too.
and
Do it again.
now he just plays safe. He's not going to do that. That if he takes one off, it leaves him the possibility of leaving 2 blots.
3, 4,
If
4,
Carlos
4,
simply if
5,
Carlos
6,
simply
4.
stays put, suppose he bears one off. Carlos simply stays put, and Joe rolls 6-1, 5-1, 4-1. He has to leave 2 blots.
Yeah. And 3,
So
4.
I would not. I don't think this has enough gammon potential. Now Carlos should just make his 3 point, I believe. Despite maybe I don't see this is one where you say, do I try to win the game? Do I try to save the gammon? He says, I'm going to save the gammon, but
Ooh,
okay,
and Joe
so
rolls 3. Can't do anything.
that was a good one.
Now he's
All
going
right,
all
now he
right.
says, all right, now he's,
Ooh,
this is
I
a
feel a
gammon
shot coming
saving
on.
play.
Yep, there's the shot. But he's got two open. He should have made one of them, right? And he misses. He might get another shot.
Yeah, I
Take the
think
six.
I would stay put. I would stay
So
put, hoping for a,
7,
what?
13.
How many blot numbers are there? There's 2-1 and
Oh, he's gonna go. Oh, he's
this is
going.
not going to say, it's not going to save very many gammons. It's going to win no games, no coup classiques.
Yeah.
And he's got double sixes or better to save the gammon. If
All right. And it's a
double
cube.
sevens will also save the
We're
gammon.
about to
And that
go
fence
to
will have-
2 away, 6 away. If he doesn't get some big old doubles next time.
I know certain players who would play 18 to 12, 6-1, just to show that they know that bears off with a double 6-2. I call that silly posturing. Have I ever done that? Probably so.
So funny. Mhm. All right, let's see. 1, 2. All right, doesn't matter. He
No
still
coup
only has
classique
one roll
anymore.
left.
Double
All
box
right, so what is he?
cars are almost there.
Oh, no. So
There are a lot of
that's a
almosts on the board. So
yeah.
Joe
That's
has won a
the point.
4-point gammon. And he gives him a decision. He says, you have to give me a decision in case he rolls a 1. So he could, 1 would be a decision because the legal play is to go 2 to 1 and then the other one off.
Mhm.
And Joe, I think, insisted that he give him the decision. We didn't get a decision. He didn't roll a 1, but
Yeah. All right, so we're 2 away, 6 away.
yeah, so this is interesting. For the two-way score, two-way to many away score is interesting because the leader can take deeply if the position is relatively gammonless, like a straight race.
Okay, makes sense. Because they only needed to, yeah. Let's just
Yeah,
go
the
and get
second
the
point
two
is
and go
really
home. Yeah.
valuable. The trouble with taking in other kinds of positions, you're not going to be taking deeply if gammons are at play and your opponent
Yeah.
doubles you.
Yeah, you don't want
You
that
might
cube
you
coming
might
back.
take, but you won't be able to take if there are too many gammons floating around.
Looks like they might have gone on break here right before this next game.
It looks that way
So,
to me. The cube is back in the middle and no
yeah,
people are to be seen.
yep. So, all right, in the chat then, does anyone have any questions for Marty? Got Marty's brain on demand here. So what questions do you have? Anything that's popped up in the last game or two that you had a question about? Put it in the chat and I'll read it. Oh, hi, I'm Kristen Westerman. Someone was asking who is me. That's me. I'm Kristen Westerman. Nice to meet you guys if I haven't met you before.
You said brain. What is brain?
Yeah, that is you. You are brain.
IR.
You are brain.
If I are, then I are.
You are. Okay, so Alex wants to know why Marty isn't playing in London.
Oh, the usual. I have somewhat of a life outside of backgammon that's somewhat demanding. I would have liked to be there, but
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I sometimes travel to France and I didn't know when I'd be traveling. I thought it might conflict and there's all kinds of stuff going on at home now. It's just usual.
Well,
It's just nothing. It's just life getting in the
yeah,
way.
that happens, doesn't it? That has happened.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, hi, Alex. And hi, everybody else. Nobody's putting who they are in there. Oh, there's Shelly Shell. Hey, Michelle. How are you? We're on break right now, waiting for these guys to come back. So say hi and ask a question if you want to, like I said, peek inside Marty's brain here. We're up to, we got 57 people right now, so that's awesome, and 33 likes. So some of you guys have not pushed that like button. So get to it. Let's go, people. We need more likes.
If you do it with your thumb, might generate 2 likes or 1.5.
You just push it. Like that. Push it. Oh, all right, we're at 59. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. So with these matches, each player is given a 5-minute break. We haven't had any breaks in this match yet. So one of them decided they wanted a break. So now we're on break. Could have been both. But they should be back here directly, and then we will resume and
Every
get this match,
civilization
back in
leaves
track
something
and
behind.
see what happens.
Few leave something still in play. Across Persian courts, Roman taverns, and modern clubs, backgammon found a seat at every table. Centuries passed, opponents changed, the game survived and evolved. Every generation tried to master the board, but no one ever quite seemed to master the role. One match, 5,000 years in the making. Your move, roll the dice.
I'm not saying that either. I mean, I don't know Carlos Ruiz. Joe, I know from American Backgammon.
So
And
David,
he's a fine, both of these men, I know Joe for a fact, but both these men seem to be fine gentlemen, as they'd say in Britain. They're comporting themselves as a gentleman should do, as I would say.
that's awesome.
Yeah.
We need more people like that. We need more gentlemen. David DeBill is asking if you might still come to Sharon.
Oh, I might. There's a variation where I come on Saturday. That's Sharon, Connecticut.
Okay.
Northwestern
How far is that from you?
Connecticut. It is about 3+ hour drive.
Is it a
So
big
it's in the
tournament or is it
American
like a
region of
weekly
New
thing? I
England.
don't know that one. Say that again.
It's called the Northwest Backgammon Association or something like that. Northwest Connecticut Backgammon Association. It's just a small club, but it's a very nice little French restaurant. It's funny because there are backgammon tournaments there, and it's called Le Gamin, which a gamin, G-A-M-I-N. That's sort of a social butterfly man who's a man. That's the masculine version of the term. Le gamin is that une gamine. That would be a female who's a social butterfly. And but
David
it
said
also
yay.
homophones with, how do you say that?
You're good at these little mind games.
It
these little mind
somehow reminds one of the word gammon. So
it does definitely have a connotation
and it's a
there.
very, and the owner is from France, so I get to practice my broken French with him.
Awesome.
And they always, when the French are taking your money if you're at a restaurant or something, they always compliment your French. Oh, you speak French so well. It's like, yeah, I don't really speak it so well. I can make myself understood, whatever, but I'm not. I've got a knack, sort of, but I haven't actualized my knack. But it's fun anyway, and
That's awesome.
the food is good. The location, I feel like a country squire in the middle of, the horsey set. There's properties with many
Sounds
acres and
picturesque.
a country day school nearby. And if the weather is nice, it's a very nice drive, so I would recommend anybody who gets to Sharon, Connecticut. It's a northwestern U.S. state of Connecticut, which is in the New England region.
Very cool.
I would,
It's a little far from Nashville, though.
it's very far from Nashville, and it's not, it's not going to offer more than the experience of being in an interesting place to a real geek or something like that. They want to play for money. They want to play other geeks. It's not a geek hangout, but I like to support anybody who's trying to get a club going.
Absolutely.
And I have a lot of fun going there. So now they've started.
Yeah.
And
so
now
I was
we've
reaching
got
out
2
to
away.
Yeah, 2-way, 6-way. I was reaching out to some clubs near me because I'm in Nashville, and I run the Nashville Backgammon Association, and we did a state line battle with Georgia. Oh, about in July. It was middle of July, and that was fun. So each club, the Atlanta club and the Nashville club, sent 8 to Chattanooga, which is about halfway, and had a tournament. And so I was like, all right, what's north? What's south? What these? Yeah. So Nashville or Tennessee touches so many states. So gonna try
How
and
many
pull some
states
of
does it
those kind of.
touch? How many states does Tennessee touch?
It's
I
either
think I know
8
the
or
answer.
11. Is it 11?
It's 8.
8. I knew it was 8 or 11. All right, fine. 8. It's a
U.S.
bunch.
U.S. middle of the southeast, northern,
Yep.
southern mountain geography questions.
Yep. So I found a club in Bowling Green, not Bowling Green, Louisville. There's one in Lexington. There's one that's forming outside of Memphis. Huntsville, I think, has a club. So we're all within, and St. Louis isn't that far either. So,
Yeah, Huntsville is in northern Alabama.
mhm.
Bowling Green and Lexington are in Kentucky.
Yep.
Those are
So is
all.
Louisville.
Those are both touching
Yep.
states.
Absolutely. All right. All right. We got restarted here.
So now we
So,
had a double 5 apparently from Carlos, and he's got a 6-2 to play apparently.
yep.
Yep, his clock is updating. So the best play would indeed be this, because
Mhm.
you have to leave his direct shot anyway. Might as well put Joe on the bar against a 3-point board. If Ray Fogerland would here, he would declare 2-6 from
2-6
the
on the
bar.
bar.
2-6
Right.
from the bar.
Alex
And
has asked, and Alex, you know this, but thank you for the prompt there. Nashville's having a tournament. Alex is asking when's the Nashville tournament. It's September 23rd, so it's just a few short weeks after we get back. I'm hosting that. Rory is the director, so if you have plans to come to Nashville, fantastic. I can't wait to meet you. Come by and say hi for sure. But if you haven't thought about it yet, think about it, because it's going to be a great tournament. And Michi's coming. He's going to do a seminar for us on the Blitz on Friday night. And yeah, just go to the website, musiccitybackgammon.com. And we are also having a qualifier. And this play on that starts September 1st. So if you haven't found that yet, just go looking for it. It's out there. But yeah, I'd love to have you guys come to Nashville.
sounds like an attractive venue. I think, okay, now going back to the backgammon here,
Yes, of course.
couple turns ago, Carlos rolled double 2 off the bar, and he couldn't hit Joe's blot, so he switched from his 11 to his 9 and slotted his 4. Might have been a dubious decision. The alternative was to go 13-7. Now a few things have happened, and Carlos is trying to build his inner board. If he's got all his deuces to play, and he had 2 left, yeah, so it looks like he made his 4-point. It's not so bad to give up the midpoint and give yourself some easy ones to play, rather than going boink, 13-12 and not being able to move that one, and maybe doing something funny.
Joe's got a nice big stack over there. He needs to start pulling that down. 2-4,
Well,
is that what that is?
I have to
Yes.
take my glasses off.
2-4.
Yeah, it's 2-4. It's a blot
When
number.
it's right there inside the little words, it becomes very hard to see what the dice looks, what it is.
So it's a blot number now. Now there
Yeah.
are a few plays, right?
You just no.
Could make the 4-point and leave a double shot,
Yeah.
and
As much as you want to make it.
duplicate the
6 and a 1.
hitting numbers to hit and to cover.
Yeah.
You could also play 13-9, 6-4, cleverly duplicating 2s. Okay, so that's the original position. Or you could do what Joe's looking at now. Or I think he briefly considered simply lifting 2 checkers from his 8-point. For me, this is a very difficult choice.
Yeah, that's a hard one. I wouldn't know what to do here.
I would flip the cube as the underdog because I might win some extra games. There's 2 blots, and I have a stronger board, and I have a decent holding game. And Joe says,
Mm,
"All right, if I
let's
make a
go.
big play, I better take
This
the
is our
cube."
last game then,
And
folks.
it's a
No, no, we're
3-6,
not.
no
Not
hit,
necessarily. Sorry,
no
jumped
hit.
the gun on that one.
He could
No
also
hit.
have hit with a 3-4 or 4-4 as well as a 2.
2, 6.
And this is another blot number. I think
Yeah, that one's not good.
he's got not much choice. He could either break his 8-point, or he could play 13 to 11.
11. Yeah, at least it's only a single shot, not a double.
He could go, well, breaking the 8-point is also a single shot. It's more shots because what is it?
Mhm.
Because it would leave a 5-3 and a double 1, as well as the 15 numbers involved in having a 4. But now he's only got 14 numbers involving a 4 and only a 6-2. So he's got 16 ways to hit. So I think this is the best play.
He did not get hit.
So should he run from the 22-point, or should he stack on his 3-point?
Hmm.
He says, I will stay back and hope to get a hit next turn. What is that? A 6-6?
Oh. 1, 2, 3. That's all you got. That's all you get.
Now he's got no choice but to run all the way to the midpoint. He can't seriously think of leaving the 18-point. He can't think about breaking his board.
It sort of just pulls one in.
So now, yep. Now we got an interesting holding game. Now he should slot his 1-point. He immediately does so. I mean 2-point. Slot his
Point with
2-point
his
with a
one.
1. Yeah, with his 1. And now Joe
And
says,
now
"All
we're
right,
just
shall
gonna.
I
Yep.
try to build my board aggressively?" And he does. I think he's probably right. And now Carlos says, "Shall I
Yes.
again stack on my 3-point, or shall I move around and hope he rolls double 6s, and then I want to hit 2 and win a gammon?" Or
And that's not so scary because of the 2 blots.
yeah, it's not so scary. And an interesting part of the decision is no, that would be the 5-3. Sorry.
Mhm.
An interesting part of the decision is what happens after Joe misses. Now this looks right to me. There's 82 raw pips there, and he need not have played 5 to 4, but he's probably playing for the race. So what is it? 32, 62, 75, and 39, 49, 57, 68, 71 raw. Add 9.
Carlos managed to get all of his little dudes like around the
Add
corner.
9, add 2.
That was impressive.
Yeah, the race is not a 0 value. So given that the race was in play, I think Joe did well to make his 4 instead of make his 3.
All right, so Carlos is in.
I wasn't sure about that 6-2 going to
Joe
the
was
5, but it can't have been too
almost
bad.
in. Here's
And
another
now
one
he
of
have to
those.
play. Now he just plays. I think he just plays 5 to 4.
So that's the one I was talking about,
Because
like last game, like
yeah,
how to move it in rather than
think
scoot it
that
over.
yeah. So now he just bears 1 off. That was perfectly efficient.
All right, so now Carlos has the hole in the 4. Oh, something happened. Maybe he missed the.
Now for those of you who can't see the cube, Joe Urso owns a 2 cube.
Mhm.
So there's no doubling allowed, not even allowed. Not even erroneous doubling is allowed, I think, under these rules.
Yeah.
It
All
used to
right,
be that they
Joe
would let you
pulled
do it
2 off.
and consider it an illegal play, but it's now considered a quote impossible play. Now 6 to 4,
6
I
to
believe.
4. Yeah.
I believe that's right. He doesn't want to, because 4s are so harmful. 6 to 2, they're not all that harmful, but I don't like the look of not bearing 1 off
That's
with
what
a
I would
4.
do.
8 checkers and Joe has got 10.
10.
I'm not so sure, actually. Because if you move here, you do better if you don't roll a 4. But you do better if you
2,
you
1.
do better this way in variations where you'll roll
And
off
there's
high
that
numbers
4.
such as
I'm
that.
sure he's glad he did that now.
And moving to the 4 is catering to high numbers, which you might need in order to win. So that's a mysterious decision. So
he
it's worked out
gets 2
very
off.
well.
That was a great roll.
A 3 would be very bad.
3 is bad. Yeah.
Very bad. Joe says,
Family
"Oh
six.
darn, 3-1 or 3-2 were the bad."
So now he
missing
wants him to
numbers.
miss 2 5. So he only gets 1 off. 6 to 4
Yeah,
or 3 to 1?
It's 3-1 because you
More
in a
coverage.
position with 3 checkers left in the bear off, you want to watch out for double missing numbers. There are no double missing numbers. Each of the plays, the alternative 2s here, lets Carlos bear off with this in one roll with double 3s or better. And this spreads the checkers out, thus diversifying and thus giving more efficient ways to.
1,
That's
2,
a winner.
3, 4. That's a winner. We got another game coming up, you guys.
Even in late game positions,
That's
stacking might be
2
very
for
bad.
Carlos. Yep, 2 for Carlos. Now we're 2-way, 4-way. Getting interesting.
That's a special score from the tone of your voice. I see that you know some of the ramifications of
Tell
of
us
being at that
about it,
score.
Marty. Tell us about the 2-way, 4-way.
All right, 2-way, 4-way. So now the 4-way player has green eyes or is very inclined to double. I don't know if they say that in Tennessee. He's got green eyes to double, but apologies for an inadequate imitation of a Southern mountain accent. But
I can give you one of those if you want a Southern accent. I got one of those built in.
Well, I've been having so much moonshine, I got to where I couldn't hit the wall with a handful of beans.
I don't think so. I don't believe that. You with
Yeah.
moonshine, I'll pay to see that. Okay, continue, please. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So
2-way,
okay.
4-way.
So now when gammons rear their ugly head in favor of the 4-way player, he just wants to double. He or she just in this case he wants to double. He, she, or they want to double, and so now here gammon chances have reared their ugly head, but I would not be doubling this because Joe's got this 5-point asset, and then if I were Carlos, I would have a sort of
All right,
strung out
down.
forward
That's right. Make the
position.
tone.
So he's not
That
winning
looks
all
good.
that many gammons. So, but now
3.
I'd make the 3 for
3.
sure. If you want a gammon, you might as well build a better inner board. You're leaving only a 4-3 to hit, which is 2 numbers. If you do this, you're leaving 4 numbers to hit, 5-4 and 6-3. And you have not made an inner board point, and you've lost your midpoint.
Yeah,
In
it's not a
return
good
for
trade.
the mere promise of making a 4-point or a 5-point with an extra builder. So
You
this
got to
is
ask yourself,
clearly,
right? Is it
to
a good
me, this is
trade, right?
very clearly right. The trade is clearly bad to me.
1, 2.
I think he goes 8 to
Break
4.
it in. Yeah.
So he wants to maintain some pressure against Carlos's bar point.
What is that? A 5-3? Okay, there's the 5-3 that he had the option on last time. Same.
So now he gets the best of both worlds. He's got an 8-point and a 3-point and an unstacked 6-point.
And Joe cannot scoot up. So what? Oh, is that double 2s? I thought it was a 2-1. Okay. It's hard to see it right there. I
Well, he
need like
can't
blue
scoot up.
dice. Yeah, I know, but that's what I was thinking. I couldn't
I
see.
like his play there. I think it's smoothest and all that. And I would still be disinclined to double Carlos's position. He might have had a double actually here, given the score.
Mm.
because he's got some real gammon chances. But he's not going to do something silly like 8-1 hit.
Yeah. I wouldn't try
I
that
think
either.
this I would be inclined to go 10-7 and 6-2 because it's more active builders for the 1 point. Okay, Joe,
All right.
better
Step
get
up.
up.
Make
Yeah, I
3.
think
Block
yeah, I
1.
think 4-1. I think
Yep.
you don't want to leave a second blot. You do want to make a strong board.
Yeah.
Now the winning chances are insufficient for me to want to double this as Carlos. One whole idea behind doubling as the trailer at 4-way 2-way is that the cube is dead for your opponent. Your
Mhm.
opponent gets no value out of owning the 2 cube. It's dead.
So yeah, so let me ask you, this kind of goes back, this play goes back to hit the checker if it's about to leave. So he got hit for it, but
Yeah,
Joe's got one
I
open. Does
am
that fall under that same umbrella?
I'm sympathetic. I'm sympathetic to it. Um,
Ooh, there's the cover. That's
I
nice.
probably would have done it just because other plays are nondescript, and
Yeah.
I do want to win some undeserved gammons. An undeserved gammon means, in my parlance,
1,
it
2,
means lucky,
3.
excessively lucky. It doesn't mean you don't actually deserve it. And Joe says,
Right.
"All right."
Double
Now
twos is the only thing that hits.
yeah,
There's 1,
I,
2, but not 2. Comes
yeah.
out
So
though.
he's right. He comes out, and now the cube's still in the center. And now it's Joe. See, the thing about Joe's position now that here as the leader has to be very careful about doubling. And I think for form's sake, he looked at it.
Ooh,
But now
that was beautiful.
he's going to be able to double and win
Yeah,
from
that was
here.
beautiful. And he's pausing to think about it. So let's see what he does.
Yeah,
Not a whole
he's
lot
up.
of gammons from here, right?
He's up by a huge number of pips.
Yeah. So just get the game and go to Crawford.
Wait a second. Yeah, he's what was that? 30, 38, and 42. So 80 and 99 raw pips, and Carlos has some distributional problems.
Yeah.
And between equal players, you need, I forget what it is.
So we got the cube out there. Now let's see what
He
Carlos
doesn't have
does.
nearly enough. He doesn't have nearly enough
Yeah,
winning
he
chances
passes.
to take this.
Yeah, yeah. That would have been game over, man. Yep.
Yeah.
One of my favorite movies. I say that all the time. Game over, man.
So now it is 1 away, 4 away, Crawford.
So no cube in play here.
The cube is not active. So what do we have? So they're taking another break.
Um, could be. Legit. Looks like it. All right, let's see where we're at here. We got 52 people. Hello, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us and sticking around and watching this great match. It's been really interesting so far. Lots of good stuff going on here. We have 38 likes, so that's an improvement. Thank you. Awesome. And yeah, since we are on a break again, if you guys have any questions for Marty's brain, put them in the chat. Let's ask Marty's brain.
Yeah, so I'm remembering my match equity table, and the chance to win from this score is approximately 81% for the leader. I think it's a little more than 81.
I'm going to take this
It
moment.
rounds to 81, and so that means that let's say it's exactly 81, then Carlos would have needed 19% winning chances to take
Yeah.
that cube. He would take it and redouble for the match, and it would be 19% cubeless winning chances. So the cube would be dead.
Yeah. It's like the Joker game tuxedo. I'm going to take this moment to go to the restroom myself. So while they're on break, I'll be right back.
All right, I will avail myself of that opportunity to thank you, all my fans and all of our fans. Not necessarily that I'm fan worthy. The fans of the game here for watching, and I'll be back very shortly. All right, we've got in the World Team Championship round 4, we've got Joe Urso, Grandmaster of the USA, versus Carlos Ruiz of Gibraltar. I do not know the current standings in this tournament, but I did have a text message. I did have a text message saying that the U.S. really needs to win this match. And we U.S. players are rooting for the U.S. team, obviously. But I would like to give a shout out to all the members of all the teams who are playing, from whichever country they may be. Backgammon is something that can draw people together across many differences that we may have.
I love the community. I've only really engaged the community in the last 2 years since actually I met you at my first tournament in Charlotte in 2025, and I love the competitive play. I've been playing backgammon for a very long time, but hadn't ever gone and played anybody like that. But I fell in love with the community just as much as the tournament play. So made so many friends, and it's just so much fun to go and travel to these tournaments and hang out and geek out on backgammon, because I don't know about the rest of you guys listening, but I am definitely a backgammon nerd. So I love how it brings people together and meeting people, you know, just and talking about it. It's just a lot of fun. All right, so still on break. Let's see here, they should be coming back soon. Oh, Alex, I just saw your comment. Thank you for that. I'm going to go check it out on your channel. So I did a promo with Alex on his YouTube channel. So go check that out about the Nashville tournament. Thank you for doing that again. That was super fun to get to know you a little bit better and to sit in that and walk you through, you know, what's going to be happening in Nashville. It is getting late here. It's almost my bedtime. It's 11:30 here locally in London. I know the women's team is downstairs. We have 3 matches going. I'm not sure. They should be wrapping up or close to wrapping up. Everybody's almost done for the evening.
So they're back.
Yep, they are back. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
We have got it's 4 away for Carlos Ruiz and 1 away Crawford for Joe. At this score, Carlos would very much like to win a gammon, whereas gammon against him does not count double at all, obviously. So
So
he makes an aggressive play, bringing two
Joe
builders
copies.
from his
Mhm.
midpoint, trying to steer toward positions where, you know, priming and attacking positions, which tend to generate more gammons. He wants more volatility, and he wants to win a gammon, because that
Gotta
would
love
save a
making a 5
game.
point.
If he wins a gammon, he would save a game compared to winning single. He would still have if he wins a gammon, he would only have to win one more game. If he wins single, he would still have to win 2 more games. So that's the motivation behind steering for a gammon-oriented play. That's a very good role for Carlos. I'm not so sure about 6-4. But I would play 13-11 rather than 8-6, because again, he is steering for a gammon, and so a builder on the 11 would give him builders for the 5 point, the bar point, which are key points.
Mhm.
A builder on his 4 point builds for the much less valuable 3 and 2 points, although it does avoid being hit with a 6-4. Yet a 6-4 is only 1 chance in 18. And
Alex is typing in. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Joe is sorry. Joe is not playing excessively conservatively.
No, not at all.
Winning
There's too
the
much.
game is very valuable, so he made a very strong, pure play, slotting a point he wants to make, instead of stacking checkers up and maybe getting in trouble later. If he can make the 4 point, which he just did, he's much happier. And the amount of extra gammons he lost by being hit was not, I don't think it was all that many.
I think he would like to roll something other than a 5-3. Hasn't he had a couple of those now?
Yeah, he wants to move his back checkers,
Mm-hmm.
if at all possible. So Carlos switches to his 9 point. It looks right to me, because the 9 point bears on the open 3 point as well as the open 5 point.
Okay.
So this looks right. Again, this looks right. Joe is leaving 4 ways to be hit instead of only 2 if he stayed on the midpoint, but in return he gets good distribution of his builders.
And this helps Joe actually with those double 5s, because now he's got more ways to get out.
Yes,
And
exactly.
Carlos couldn't move his back checkers, so
Yes,
yep.
he's got
Joe
right.
still can't jump
So
over though. All right, 6-5. Oof. That's a tough one. Do you run or do you just pull them in?
I'm really not sure.
Because he would have
I,
gotten hit big time.
yeah, but he's primed big time, but it's not
Yeah.
as bad. Okay, now, well,
And now he's not. Not primed anymore.
yeah. So a lot of these positions where your choice is whether you break the anchor and risk your remaining back checker being attacked, or improve your timing by getting out of the board and risking that attack. Those are very difficult questions,
Mm-hmm.
and one should study such positions.
That's not a great roll for Carlos, though. Can't get in with anything. Yeah,
No,
5 primes are overrated.
I don't think he could have done better than what he just played.
Yeah.
Joe makes his points in order. He could have made his 2
That'll
point
get
and
him in safe.
had builders for 3 point.
Another
Carlos
5-3.
safe
I
play,
like
and yeah,
a bunch of them. Bunch of 5-3s this
last
game.
few plays have been good. Again, I'm not sure about that.
Does he just move them in?
6-5. Yes, yeah, he just clears. Just clear.
Yeah.
It is so
He's going for 3 off.
it is so apologies, I have a little cold here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Drink you some tea.
No
with
big
some
deal. I'm just
Well, if I was there, I'd
this
make you some hot tea, but it looks like you already have some.
that's just water. It's fine.
Oh, you need some hot tea with some honey.
Anyway, yeah, I think that this gives he's in a gammon go. It's called a gammon go situation where you really want to win a gammon and you don't care whether you lose a gammon for whatever reason. That's the situation he's in, and it's possible that bearing 3 off will win more gammons than not. But since it will get
But
hit, it's since it will get hit more often, and since moving down to the 2-point and closing all the gaps promises some degree of fast bear off after that.
and a win to get past
My
Crawford.
my
too, with that.
inclination is to just do this.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. Just get past this game, get the win, get past the game, get past Crawford, you can use the cube again. That's what I would do. But
this would have been actually, if he had run with a back checker, which he should have done, that 6-5 would have been a double shot, double blot number, but it wouldn't have been risking a gammon for Carlos, but that's irrelevant. But it would have been more chance to be hit.
5-3, 6-2 off.
And I think that Joe is probably just going to get the heck out of there. He can't. Well, the 3-1, there are no blot numbers. Okay. 0 blot numbers. Should he stay put? He might stay put.
Next time we'll be
It gains in a position like this, but with 9 checkers left. Okay, so he must stay put whether he wants to or not. But now he's got significant blot numbers. Now he must just hit.
Yeah. Joe can hit back. That'll close it out for the match. But
Oh,
all right, Joe needs
yeah.
one.
1-2 is a little funny for Joe, yet still very desirable.
I would take it if I could hit.
And tactically, the 2-point
There's
board,
the one.
the 2-point board versus the non-2-point board could be significant if Carlos now hits.
Which he does
Doesn't.
not. That's a hard swing for Carlos, though.
So there are
He's so
seven.
close.
There are 7 checkers off.
Mm-hmm. And Joe is counting.
Yeah.
All right.
So Joe ought to have some, 40-some% winning chances.
Yep.
Spares where they are.
Nothing awkward next time. 3-1.
What is that? It's 3-2.
Oh, 3-2. Yeah, it's so hard to see those.
Yeah, sometimes I make that mistake too.
Clear from the rear, right?
Not well. I am not so sure. The extra checker off might be worth something.
Oh.
Yeah, so this is where you have to study positions and remember the silly results.
Okay.
I
would have cleared from the rear, but that's just me, and I'm not a grandmaster.
Yeah, no,
so
clearing from the rear.
Wrong.
Clearing from the rear is a default.
Yeah.
When you're the favorite.
Because now he's just super awkward.
Yeah, so what do we have? 7 checkers off? No, 8 checkers off? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 7 checkers off. He's got a 1 to play. And again, Joe is playing the game of shall I play safe or
I mean, Carlos is out with anything other than a 1 or a 2, except 4s. Double 4s don't get out, but he's going to be leaving.
Yeah, yeah.
Merrick's Joe's 2 off, I think. Well, let's see. Double 2s, gets him around, almost in. 2, 3. So take the 3 and come, yep, 2. So what is that?
Well,
8 again.
this is awfully close. It's 8 versus 8.
Mm-hmm.
And
So,
will not
I
waste
mean,
any
yep,
pips.
yep. All right, let's see here.
And that's good.
4-3.
That's 2 off. That
That's
might
pretty for
enable Joe to
Joe.
become
Yep.
the favorite if he rolls something good next turn. If Carlos doesn't roll
Gotta get.
something really good like that,
Oh,
and
dang.
now
All right,
Joe
so
needs
Joe
at
needs
least 2
double
off to
jump,
stay in the game, and that's not sufficient. So he
and that's
loses. He loses
okay.
after getting that closeout.
Yeah, it's a tough loss. You would have thought he would have had that wrapped up. But I mean, he already had 7 checkers off, so I mean, you gotta, it's not a sure thing. All right, so we get another game. So now it's 3 away, 1 away. Host Crawford. Thank you guys for still hanging out with us. We still have 56 people. I know it's just about my bedtime, but you guys are about to have dinner. Or some of you anyway, the ones adding, watching from the States. Should add, I guess.
Yeah, that'll be it for us after this match.
I'm back for
Now
another match tomorrow. Are you back for another match tomorrow?
I have volunteered, but I haven't heard back whether they need me or not.
Gotcha. I'd have to look at the schedule. All right. Let's see here. So ooh. All right, I have standings. Let me see if I can interpret these things because they are in an like a website here. Standings. There's Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D.
So they are back, and now
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, they're back, and I just wanted to comment on this, the decision of 5-4 down instead of 5-4 split at the current score, odd away Crawford. Odd away means that Carlos needs 3 points, right? So I would split an odd away. Wait, odd away. Joe has a wait a minute, odd away. Am I wrong? I don't know what's going on here. I guess I agree
I
on
don't
it.
know.
So at Ottaway, no, at Ottaway I would make that play. I'm confused with even away. At Ottaway, he's got what's called a free take. Joe does.
Right.
He's already doubled though.
Yeah, Carlos already got the double out there.
He doubled immediately. I'm a fan of waiting to double at that score when I'm Ottaway. So I might reach a scary looking position where my opponent should actually take the cube, but is afraid to because of gammon chances. And you can often gain huge gobs of equity by doing that.
Interesting. Okay. So Carlos has got 4 back, continues to hit and leave blots. So it doesn't look like he cares to get hit. We got 1 more back.
He cares, but he doesn't.
3,
He
4.
doesn't want to be hit on the 5
Right.
point particularly, right? Because he's got
Right. He'd
you
like to
don't
make
want to
it.
checker on the 2 in a position like this. Any checker buried deep when you have an ambush strategy going, a holding game or a back game or a hybrid, or any checker placed deeply in your board is a big no, a bigger than many people think drawback. Big liability is the word I'm looking for. So Carlos he says, I'm going to build my board as fast as I can by slotting all my points.
Slot them
That
all.
actually
Just
is not a
slot
bad
them
way
all.
to build your board.
Now you can do it pretty quickly that way. I've done that before. It's not
If
pretty and it
yeah,
doesn't feel good, but
you know, that,
it works.
and so Joe might say, gee, he's got 4 blots on his board. Maybe I can make some loose play. I can put builders somewhere. How can I do it?
Not
Do I
much
really
with
want to
this
slot
one.
my bar point? He's actually touching his bar point. Or shall I play like a human and just not leave so many blots, but leave still a pretty good position?
Ooh. Well, now he
So
gets the hit, but he's not going to take it because, oh my gosh, too much
yeah, that I'm not
liability
actually
there.
sure about that. I would, I would take a perverse glee in hitting with 4 blots on my board.
That would be fun to see what kind of what XG had to say about that. How bad it would have been, or how
Now I
not
think,
bad.
I mean, his play looks like a human play. In other words, just keep your assets, keep your points, and make a board. 6-5 wasn't that great a roll, so it's a 5-4 for Joe. He says, "Well, I can play like a human and slot another point and force him to break his anchor to hit me." He says, "All right, I'll
All
do just
right,
that.
so
I'll
he's
break
gonna
my
get
anchor to hit
hit.
you."
Now, which one is he gonna? Yeah, he'll have to cover the 3. There you go.
Yeah, interesting decision.
4,
I will
2 that
often,
doesn't hit.
I will most often in positions like that cover the stronger innerboard point instead of do a weaker innerboard point and get more flexibility, but I'm not at all sure of that in this position. Carlos may well have made a very good play by covering his 3 and giving himself a better chance to cover the rest of his board next turn if he got missed.
Oh, what's he gonna do here? Oh, is he gonna come? Oh, why not make the 5 with the?
Yeah, I would make the 5 fast. Well, he could
Okay,
also hit
I was
loose.
like, did I miss something
He
here?
also could have hit
Why
loose,
not
but
make
I
the
like
5?
the 5. I like the 5 point as an asset, a long-term asset.
Yeah, considering you went through all that trouble just to try and make your board, you're not gonna make your 5.
So what is that? A 4-6?
Yes.
Very oogly moogly. How about instead of that, coming out with a 4 and hitting with a 6? But that would leave 2 blots. He says, "All right, if I'm going to leave lots of shots, I'm going to leave only 1 blot." And Carlos
And he
says, "All
gets the
right,
hit.
I will hit you." Now, this is very exciting because a gammon on 2 wins the match for Carlos, and any sort of a win wins the match for Joe. Shall I hit? No way. To leave 3 blots or an extra blot. 7s and 8s, all 7s and 8s hit. Nothing else. That was 12
This
numbers.
is not.
And he did hit.
This
Shall
could
I
be
come
bad.
up to the 4 point where I might be attacked, or shall I stack on the 6 point? Shall I hit outside and leave another blot? Duplicating 6s to hit on the 1 and on the 15, or on Joe's 10.
I mean,
Or
isn't
shall I just
Carlos
come
gonna
up
hit
and leave 1
him?
blot? And
Isn't Carlos gonna hit him no matter what he gets?
he's only got
If he can hit,
23
he's gonna
ways to
hit.
hit on that point.
There you go.
But if he does hit on that point, he might make the point and win the gammon. 2-1, an interesting way to play the 1.
That's what I thought too. Why not
I'm
leave it
not
there?
sure if it was good or bad. There
If
was
you would have
only
left it, you would have covered your
there's only
4.
14 there was only 14 covers versus I think 17 the other way if you stayed on the bar.
All right, so Joe gets the
He
hit
left
back.
1 less blot. And now
But Joe, yeah, but
Joe is
Joe has
ecstatic
no
to
board.
be able to hit.
Yeah, he wants to do it again.
So in positions like this, you should always look out for weird plays like 5-4 hit
Yeah.
instead of whatever
There
he
you
played.
go.
But my inclination would be to make the play that Carlos did make. Just
No, I really can't see.
so
Glasses are all dirt.
that 2 is not at all clear to me. 22 to 20.
Mhm. Carlos is looking good for a minute there, but now he's not looking so good again.
Well, he's got a decent holding game here.
Yeah, true that.
So this is
Lots
a
of work to do.
safe play.
So no hit.
Now the question is, if he
Yeah.
rolls a 3 or 2, should he make his 18 point? I think the answer is no. I think he's on the right track. He should just move his 18 point checker up to the 15.
Keep his anchors. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think the 18 point anchor is not that big an asset for him. And so he's staying back to maintain more contact. He does not fear being gammoned. But now he doesn't have much of a choice. He's got to get the heck out of there. And since he only has crummy threes besides moving the back checkers, he doesn't want to go, 6-3, 5-2, and remove coverage for his open 4 points. So this is really the only play he's got that doesn't do that. And then Joe says, all right, well, if you're going to break your key point, then I'm going to clear my key point.
Joe did it
And
again.
that's
He had one roll
likely
to
all
clear his
she
mid.
wrote.
That was great. Yeah.
Joe has not only saved the gammon, he's probably going to simply win the game and match. But especially if
1,
he
2,
clears
3,
the
4.
9 point
Let's stack them
instantly
up.
like that.
Yeah, stack them if you got them.
8 checkers on the 6 point.
We haven't seen that yet this match.
All
Okay.
right. Well, he's got a board. The only thing he can hope for is to hit as he slowed the 8 point. Now, what is that roll? I see it 2.
It's a 3-2. Would you
A
do that
3-2.
again, or would you?
I am not at all sure he should strip his 8 point. I think he should not.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Because next roll could be awkward, and then he leaves a shot.
Yeah, he has time for a double.
6-3.
He has time to wait for doubles, and he has plenty of spare threes.
Yeah, might as well just pull him down, right?
I think he should do that, and he avoids a shot with immediate 6-3 and 6-1. And there's no double jeopardy because there's no blot number right now, and there's the only double jeopardy is, okay, I didn't clear
And there's
my
the
8 point.
6-1 that he would have gotten in trouble with if he had left it. Yeah.
That was a blot number.
Always assume it's gonna happen.
And what is that, a
That's just
3-2? Oh, he
backgammon.
should not have done that. He should have either made his 7 point or slotted his 1 point. And
Right, so Joe's still waiting around for the combination that's going to
I
clear
would have
his
played I would have
point.
played probably 2-1 instead of 4-3.
Joe's like,
A small point.
please let me clear this point. And he doesn't do it again. All right.
Now 3-2 is. Oh yeah, the good thing about stripping a point is that you might clear it right away.
Yeah. Well, he's
But
waiting
what
for
you're
that
looking
comeback.
at is the combined probability
There
of
it
clearing
is.
the probability of clearing it
Very
over several rolls.
And
now, oh
there
my
we go.
gosh, it's a race.
It is a race. Here we go again. Carlos has some very well-timed double sixes these last couple couple days.
It's not that Joe isn't a big favorite here, but it's within the realm of possibility. Well, it was within the realm of possibility.
Ooh, double fives. Bam. All right, come in, come off. There you go. It's 4. I think this one's gonna be over unless we get some more big doubles.
What just happened? Cock dice, I guess.
I think so, yeah. There's 5-1. He pulls 2 off. 6-5. Joe is rolling very strong right now. Ooh, double ones. He still gets to take 2 off. Leaves another hole though.
He's got 10 left, and yes, he can get off in 3 rolls.
6-5.
Excuse me. He needs at least 2 off right now. That doesn't do it. That's the
Yeah.
end of the game.
1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, can't be done. That's
He's
it.
got 9 left. End of game, end of match.
End of game, end of match. Congratulations
Very well
to Joe
played.
Urso, USA.
Very
Nicely
interesting
done.
games.
They were. They really were. Lots of good, hard choices or hard decisions to make. And yeah, very enjoyable working today with you on this. And I hope
Same
you
here.
have a good rest of your evening. Go have some yummy dinner, get some rest, start feeling better. And for you guys out there, thank you so much for joining us. Oh, we have 80 all of a sudden. Bam, at the end, it just jumped up. So maybe the other match finished and people jumped over to this stream.
Yeah.
So whatever the case, thank you guys for joining us. And I'll be back on commentary tomorrow, I think, for one match. Marty may be back tomorrow too. So keep, hold on to those links that you used to get here, or go back to the USBGF, YouTube channel and find us again tomorrow. And I am gonna go to bed. So bye from London from me.
It's late in London.
Yeah, it's like midnight here. Yeah,
Almost
it's midnight.
midnight.
So almost fine, almost midnight. 6 more minutes. Might as well be. I always round up with time. Anyway. Okay, Petko did win. He said Sean said, "Hey Sean." Hey Sean. Okay, so yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day wherever you are in the world, and peace out.
I will say thank you to all the fans, and thank you to the U.S. Backgammon Federation for producing the streaming. And thanks to the players as well. I think this is a great event for backgammon. I don't know what Joe and Carlos are discussing right now, but we have no audio, so at least I don't on the Zoom session. Anyway, there are a lot of okay, so they're going back to discuss discuss various plays. I'm not sure they know off the top of their head where the checkers all were. But that was a very interesting play by Carlos to slot all his innerboard points. And it was interesting follow-up by Joe and by Carlos. But as so often happens, the excitement abated when Joe was able to clear his outside points and bear in and win. There was a glimmer of hope after a double six at the end by Carlos, but it didn't pan out for him. So, all right, smash the like button and keep on trucking. I will see you soon.
Every civilization leaves something behind. Few leave something still in play. Across Persian courts, Roman taverns, and modern clubs, backgammon found a seat at every table. Centuries passed, opponents changed, the game survived and evolved. Every generation tried to master the board, but no one ever quite seemed to master the role. One match, 5,000 years in the making. Your move, roll the dice.